Hello, you're watching a video on the Kiwi Farms. With smooth playback, fast loading, and low buffer times on scrubbing. You're watching an AV1, unless you're on an iPhone 15 or earlier. This is a new, modern standard format that all videos on the Kiwi Farms will now be encoded in moving forward. This encoding is possible because someone donated $6,000 to me so I could buy $6,000 worth of workstation-grade video processing cards, which are now installed in the server. And also thank the many monthly patrons of the Kiwi Farms who keep the site afloat and allow me to spend time working on stuff like this instead of worrying about money. The backlog of material on the Kiwi Farms will be processed over time, but it may take several weeks. It will be done eventually, though. Now you can enjoy all your favorite LOL Cal moments in high fidelity AV1, exactly as it was meant to be enjoyed.
Hello, chat. So, my last stream attempt on Friday was an absolute disaster to the point where I literally just gave up. It took me, I self-host my note-keeping service, and the guys that make Outline thought it was a really, really, really good idea to make it as difficult as possible to log in to your own self-hosted note-taking tool. So it took me an hour to completely break its authentication system so I could just log the fuck in and read my own notes. And at that point, I was like an hour behind. And then I start to stream, and Kick is just down. And after 15 minutes of fucking with it, I just literally just turned off the computer and walked away. I was so pissed. I'm in one of those weird moods that I get into where I start working constantly. From the second I wake up to the second I go to bed, literally with my laptop on my covers, doing last second work, obsessed with things. One of my recent obsessions has been video speeds. I think a recurring joke on this stream has been for years that I try to load a video and it just doesn't play. And this happens constantly. It happens all the fucking time. And it may not seem like it, but I have actually spent probably hundreds of hours of my life trying to get files to render correctly on my website in a reasonable amount of time. I've had varying amounts of success in accomplishing this, but ultimately, the underlying problem with the files on the site is that it's just too old-fashioned. Trying to deliver to users a large video file in real time is a very complicated process, and the Kiwi Farms has many, many moving parts that makes it extremely difficult. I have tried very complex technical strategies such as byte ranges, caching on a CDN that of course I have to self-host because it's me. I have to self-host everything. I upgraded everything to NVMe. I have literally in-memory mem caching to try and accelerate the CDNs, and nothing worked. Nothing has ever fucking worked. And I've always known what the underlying issue is that in Zen4.0, they upload files, and then to play them, you have to download them. And in modern streaming, that is simply not how it works. Files have gotten enormous. Play times are multiple hours. There's an issue with codecs where different browsers on different operating systems all have a different menagerie of codecs that they do and do not accept. And it's just increasingly difficult to make things work with one big file across every device in real time. So the way that modern browsers work is that you have to break a file down into a playlist. And I could show you, but I don't want to fuck around with my developer tools. The way that you do this is when someone uploads a file, you run it through FFmpeg, and then you get, I think it's two seconds is what we use, and that's like the industry standard. And you chop a video up into 2 second long clips, each 2 seconds. They're all independent video files, and you encode them to a bit rate that's reasonable, to a quality standard that is reasonable, and then you upload literally hundreds of little clips into a big long list and deliver to the client a playlist. And that system is much, 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 much more reliable and much faster, which is why I can go over here and I can go down to this video, I can click play, and then skip to the middle of it, and it just works. And the reason why is because when I click that button, I get a text file that shows me all the different bytes, or the different ranges for this. And then when I click this, I'm requesting a 2-second clip that's probably less than 1 megabyte, right? Very, very small file. No issues whatsoever. And since I was in the neighborhood, since I was processing stuff already, I thought, you know what? I might as well just go all the way. So now when you go to it, you might have noticed that I had Russian subtitles. I did not subtitle this video. I have it automatically subtitled into English. Where's the Spanish ones at? Why did Russian work? Oh, wait, there it goes. Okay, so you have to load the VTT file. That's why it took a second. Anyways, my point is that now this works, and I think it works so well that if you were to go, and I would not recommend this to anybody. I think the reason why I bothered to do this is someone complained. Is it 2 words? There's this thread, which is a terrible thread, about a Ukrainian snuff production. Basically what they've done is they captured a bunch of drug addicts and they feed them drugs, but they have to stay on stream 24/7, and people pay money to make them hurt themselves and each other, basically. And it's all in, I think it's in Russian actually, but it's a Ukrainian production. Anyways, they're speaking Russian. And someone was like, I wish that it's automatically translated to Russian, but then you can translate it to English, and that way it's automatic. So the original test for this was the Square Hut thread, and now you can see your glorious Ukrainian snuff films with any language that you want. And of course, this is also a part of me wanting to support other languages on the site. We have a bunch of LOL cow content that is in English that someone who only speaks Portuguese, God forbid, might want to watch. So the backlog for the site is enormous. It would take weeks to process it all, but that's in the works. Effectively. So that's what I've been working on, and this is actually, I don't think I even talked about this on the thread, but this is actually the first step to developing the new forum rewrite, because the new forum rewrite is going to be a huge amount of work. So what I'm going to have to do is go through and do it step by step, kind of like how I did with the chat, because the chat was part of the forum rewrite before. And to do that, I'm going to have to start from square one, and that's completely rewriting the media system. And then, so this is what you're seeing is actually square one for the complete and total forum rewrite. So there you go. Very exciting stuff. If you don't know, if you're watching my streams just because you want to see me yell about certain people, you're going to have to wait a bit. I go through the motions and I save the most interesting stuff for last to torture everybody. So we're on YouTube. That means that we need the Neil Maham to guide us through. I warn people, there is flaggatry afoot. There's many flaggots who are upset with me right now, this exact second. They're watching the stream right now to try and find a moment where they can flag me. They're sitting in Telegram groups and Discords, watching, seething, saying, can we flag this? Can we flag that? We need to complain to Master Neil Mahan because this person's very offensive. So I have to be on my best behavior, chat. Best behavior. Let's see. So there are pedophiles who are upset with me at the moment, which is why the YouTube chat's going to get flooded, which I can just turn off if it becomes an issue, but it is what it is. All right, first, the good news. Thomas Massie, someone who I've written many times in his capacity as representative, encouraging him to continue on with his crusade to pass the Prime Act. One of my very, very first complaints when I returned to the United States was the lack of local produce, and I quickly learned that one of the things that stops Americans from having access to local produce and local meat is a FDA regulation about slaughterhouses. In the United States, if you want to eat any kind of beef or poultry product It has to be slaughtered in a FDA-approved slaughterhouse that literally has a FDA agent sitting there watching animals get slaughtered. And I've heard from some people in the industry that this is a good thing because it means that there's more humane treatment. As we know, there are slaughterhouses ran by halal groups, which are not humane. And in the past, slaughterhouses were basically horror shows. So there is some merit to it. However, the main tradeback is that it's centralized slaughterhouses to a couple companies, like literally like 7 different companies. And almost all of them are owned out of country. Like there's one in Brazil, like 2 in China. So all these external entities control the American beef market and prevent you from getting food that's grown by your neighbors. It's literally illegal for your next door neighbor farmer to sell you a steak. And if you say, well, I have a next door neighbor farmer and he sold me steak, yeah, he's in violation of federal law. The only way around that is to buy custom cuts of meat, which means buying half a cow at a time, which some people do. So, the Prime Act aims to adjust that by making it so that any beef that is sold within state lines, i.e. not crossing over into a different state, can be sold using only a state slaughterhouse that cuts a lot of regulatory burden off and allows neighbors to sell each other locally grown food, which is something I'm a huge supporter of. And they have finally passed it through the House, which means it will go to the Senate and it will be killed and not pass because nothing happens in the Senate ever. But let's hear Thomas do his victory run.
I've been working on something called the Prime Act, which would make it easier for local farmers to sell directly to local consumers using a local slaughterhouse with scale-appropriate regulations. So you don't need the USDA to inspect a facility that has 7 employees. I mean, they have 7 kids working here. And, you know, and that's like a lot of these meat processing places that are local have just, you know, fewer employees than you might have in a restaurant. So what I've proposed is that you could just have the local health inspection. The same people that inspects restaurants or the meat department at Kroger's could be inspecting these slaughterhouses. And as long as you don't cross state lines, you shouldn't need the federal government's involvement in this processing. And so good news is I got that in the Farm Bill. It's in the base text of the House version of the Farm Bill. They debated that Farm Bill in committee for like 27 straight hours or something, and my amendment made it through the committee, and so we're going to be voting on that in the House of Representatives here pretty soon.
If you actually support this and you really care about this, which I hope you would, because it's what you put into your body, and it's very important that you put things in your body that are good for you, right? And not like cancer-causing bullshit and gay homo shit. You should write your senator and encourage them to pass the Senate counterpart for this bill. I would always encourage your Democratic participation as a part of your de-radicalization so that you don't go full Ted Kaczynski. Perhaps maybe we can get real beef. We may not ever have a country again, but we can get beef at least. Next, I have not watched this, but I have been warned that this is cringe. So this fat dude was doing a comedy stand-up, and apparently a triggered libtard femoid stood up and heckled him, and he heckled back, and apparently it was cringe. So let's watch, and then I'll give you my take on if this is cringe or not.
Are you triggered? Perfect. I thought that would happen quicker, to be honest, when I looked at you at the beginning. What do you think? This is your moment to speak. What should happen now? If this was your... You're good? This is not okay. This is not okay. Do you have kids? Look, we can do this the easy way. This is not funny. People are laughing, but this is wrong. This should be illegal.
Did she say anything that prompted this, or is she just staring at him in disbelief? That really changes my input on if this is cringe or not.
Think it should be
The shrooms are maybe she's like looking at him and he's like a Tyrannosaurus Rex, and she's like, if I don't move, he can't eat me.
People do that? Make some noise if you think everything I should do should be illegal. And that's why we need the 51st state, folks. We need some freedom of speech. Make sure this creature doesn't get into fucking Parliament.
Parliament? Is he Canadian?
She'll take away our... If she had power, she would take away your rights immediately. What did you say? Nobody can say that ever again. Like, if she could freeze my bank account right now, she would freeze my bank account.
He must be Canadian.
Like, if she had the power to do it, she might actually. She kind of looks like she works at RBC. So she might... I love that your friend here is, like, just trying not to laugh. So... And that's how much she likes you as a friend, because this is pretty funny, to be honest. Like, this is pretty entertaining. But...
Okay, so I looked at my notes. She said nothing. He was apparently trying to start like a bit with her, and she got the ick. And her staring at him is her entire participation in this entire thing. He's just talking to himself. It's like he has a script for audience engagement, and he has no no way to recover from her just like staring at him. So he just continues on with his script and has no idea how to like integrate this in.
You're upset, and she's like, I can't laugh because she wants you to have a good night. And I think you will have a good night. You got a see-through shirt on, tits out. I mean, go to King Street. You'll end up on the 80th floor of some building with a bunch of Arab dudes in no time. Oh, all right.
She can't plead the fifth. She's Canadian.
Really happy. Thank you, Toronto, USA. You were,
I didn't have a great time. What was wrong with it? He was making racist jokes. He's not from Canada. Try a different
She's not from Canada? What racist jokes? Why didn't you play the racist jokes? That would have been funnier. If you enjoyed those comedy stylings, you can go to benbonkers.com and buy a ticket. He's in Canada, supposedly. Yeah, it's a bit strange. If she said nothing, that's a very bizarre tangent. And it's very bizarre to promote your comedy tour by posting that. But what do I know? 43,000 people disagreed. Next, on the topic of racist jokes, bombshell, new research overturns claims that humans and chimps differ by only 1% of DNA. This is something that I've heard my entire life, that chimps and humans are extremely closely related. As it turns out, they are not. New research shows that they are between 12 and 14% distinct from each other, which indicates that genetic factors may play a bigger difference in behaviors of primates and primatological concerns than previously believed, Chad. I wonder what other commonly held beliefs and innate truths that we've believed our entire lives are just completely false, Chad. Speaking of, Japan has jailed a man for publishing movie spoilers. A blogger who is a movie critic published a review of the recent Godzilla movie in too much detail. And the Japanese copyright trial system has determined that he spoiled the movie in such detail, so thoroughly in his review, that his movie constituted copyright infringement. His written description of the plot compromised the box office value of the movie and substituted the experience of going to see the film to such a degree that he was seen as having actually republished the film and violating their rights in the process. So he's actually going to jail for this because copyright infringement is a criminal offense in Japan. And as it says here, the Tokyo District Court convicted 39-year-old Wataru Takeuchi of copyright infringement and handed down an 18-month prison sentence plus a 1 million yen or $6,000 fine. It's always very bizarre to me when they sentence somebody to like 2 years in jail and then hit them with like $1,000 fine. Like, could this be either or? I'm going to lose a lot more money by being in jail for 2 fucking years than I am from going to pay your stupid ass fine. But his offense was running a website that published detailed, spoiler-heavy write-ups of popular films and series. 2 pieces triggered the lawsuit, one about Godzilla -1 and another covering the Overlord anime adaptation. Toho and Kadokawa Shoten brought the case jointly through the Content Overseas Distribution Association, known as CODA. And then the Japanese law that Takeuchi violated prohibits creating a new work by making creative modifications to the original while preserving its essential characteristics. So even in Japan, strictly speaking, derivative works are completely and totally infringing if they preserve the essential characteristics, which I guess is the plot spoiler. What a fucking shithole. I think the only country as bad as Japan in copyright terms is Germany. Germany is insane. But let's not give the nips too much trouble because Greece is also retarded. Greece is acting to ban anonymity on social media. The digital governance minister says the major problem behind anonymity is the toxicity in their city. The Greek government is pressing ahead with the plan to ban anonymity on social media, aiming to curb rising toxicity. According to Dimitris Papastergiou, which I truly a beautiful language, the Minister of Digital Government. I had an easier time saying the bullshit ass Japanese name than the Greek stuff. Dimitris Papastergiou. In ancient Greece, everyone could express their opinion openly and by name. They would raise their hand and share their view. This inspired us as we shape a new digital democracy, the minister told Eurocative on the sidelines of the Delphi Economic Forum. The idea has been circulating for months and is now being handled at the highest levels of the government within the office of Kyriakos Mitsotakis, the Greek prime minister.
Kyriakos Mitsotakis.
You make it sound so fucking easy, you stupid bitch. Fuck you. So the unified global push to censor the entire internet and destroy anonymity forever marches forward. Probably because pedophiles just openly post that they masturbate to drawings of children on social media, and that makes everybody go, what the fuck is wrong with you? And for some reason, we have to just tolerate this and be lumped in with them. Otherwise, we're censorious. Very sad. Next. The President of the United States was... how do I phrase this to not upset Neil Maham? President of the United States had a Rudy Tooty point and Pooty incident at the White House, which triggered a response from people. So let's listen here. You can hear apparently the Rudy Tooties in this clip. You sure can. Then the player broke. That's not good. Oh, I just had a case. Was she yawning? She's hearing bang bangs, and that Asian lady right there's yawning. Oh, so boring sitting here next to the president. I'm just going to open my mouth and catch some flies real quick. The protein will nourish me. Meanwhile, there's like explosions in the background. She's just completely oblivious to. The shots were indeed fired towards the president's direction. My understanding is that nobody was injured. Let me make sure before I say that. I don't think anybody was injured besides this guy, maybe. Injured at the White House. Very professional streamer. Oh, a Secret Service agent was injured. That's sad. There's another clip where he's running out the way, but I don't have that queued up because of the timing of the stream. I think the clip of him running came after the fact. I don't know if I'll be able to find this because so much happened. This is him. He is of an indistinct race, and he had some choice words to say that I'll try to read. Okay, here's his manifesto. Hello, everybody. I may have given a lot of people a surprise today. Let me start off by apologizing to everyone whose trust I abused. And then he apologizes. Nobody gives a shit. He says, I don't expect forgiveness. On to why I did any of this. I am a citizen of the United States of America. That is a fucking shame. what my representatives do reflects on me, and I am no longer to permit a pedophile, rapist, and a traitor to coat my hands with his crimes. I'll go over my expected rules of engagement, probably in a terrible format. Administration officials, not including Kash Patel, they are my targets. So this guy specifically looked at the entire Trump administration and said, yeah, that Kash Patel guy, he's one of the good ones. We can spare him at the Reddit tribunals in Redditburg when we try all these war criminals. Secret Service, they are my targets only if necessary, and also just the only person that got hurt. Hotel security, not targets at all. So he says they're not the targets. Rules, rebuttals to objection. As a Christian, you should turn the other cheek. Okay. This is not a convenient time for you to do this. I need whoever thinks this way to take a couple minutes and realize that the world isn't about them. Wow. Do you think that when I see someone raped or murdered or abused, I should walk away because it's too inconvenient for people who aren't the victim? Well, if you see someone getting raped, theoretically, the most convenient time for you to do something about that person actively being raped would be at the present moment while you are witnessing this crime, right? Like, that's not a crazy thing to say. I guess he's saying that the U.S. is being mega super raped by Trump, so now it's like the same exact thing. You didn't get them all. Gotta start somewhere. As a half black, half white person, you shouldn't be the one doing this. I don't see anyone else picking up the slack. Well, who else is going to be violent and destructive and reckless? It's got to be someone, and it's got to be me. It's in my blood. Yield unto Kaiser. What is Kaiser's? The United States is ruled by law, not by one or several people, insofar. Okay, so the Kaiser is the people's dictatorship, I suppose. So he's Redditor, basically, and his most watched or most followed person on Blue Sky, where he was active, was none other than Will Stancil. Sorry, this is the same thing I just read. He was active on Blue Sky, and because Blue Sky is federated in some ways, they could track who he was liking posts of the most, and he was most actively engaged with Will Stancil. So he is a literal Redditor participating on Blue Sky who shot at the President of the United States and injured a Secret Service member directly after liking a bunch of tweets from Will Stancil. So I don't know what the hell is going on. It's so bizarre to me how people get angry at shit like the Kiwi Farms, saying that we're violent because we're crafting beautiful chairs. And then on Twitter, because they're like, oh my God, it's a bunch of fascists, and they're talking about immigration. But then the people going out and like shooting at the president and at Secret Service are Redditors and Blue Sky. And nobody's allowed to call them violent extremists, even though they are literally the echo chamber fomenting violent extremism. Why is the double standard allowed, chat? Is the purpose of the system what it does? Probably, chat. I don't want to be such a Debbie Downer. I actually have good news. This was very fascinating to me, even though I didn't see many people talking about it. Rosatom completes the first ever program for operation of nuclear fuel with minor actinides.
Actinides.
I got it right the second time. What are actinides? Actinides are waste products from nuclear reactions used to generate fuel. Whenever you hear about people talking about putting fuel rods into a casket and burying them in the mountains or shooting them into space, they are mostly talking about a specific type of minor actinide, which is a byproduct that is radioactive for 100,000 years. And the major argument against nuclear waste or nuclear fuel and nuclear energy is this nuclear waste, in particular the minor actinides that have just now in Russia been converted to actual fuel, which safely decomposed the radioactive material and created energy as a product. So they have squared the circle, basically, and they've taken the most dangerous thing about the nuclear fuel system and turned it into free energy, which is the most base fucking thing that could have ever happened. So I'm very excited for this. I think that, however, it's politically inexpedient to acclaim a Russian scientific discovery at this exact moment. And unfortunately, I think that this will not get the attention that it deserves, if it is what it says it is. simply because who is behind it is not convenient at the moment. But I'm a big fan of nuclear energy. I'm a big fan of those micro reactors they keep talking about. And I honestly think that every neighborhood should have a fucking micro reactor at this point. We just need to make sure that they're safe and that they're well inspected. You can be anti-big government all you want, but nuclear reactors are the kind of thing like airplanes where you need the FAA and you need to have really thorough investigations, because all it takes is one plane crashing into a building before the entire industry collapses. And you only need one serious nuclear radiation event to shut down nuclear energy for everybody. Coal power plant poisons the entirety of China and the biggest rivers in the entire world. Nobody gives a shit because it's like, it's part of the plan. Everyone expects the coal power plants to kill a bunch of Chinese people, but you have one little reactor explode in Ukraine and everyone loses their minds. It's like that. You're like, okay, you gotta just make sure it never happens, because people, their brain, they're very scared of this and they don't want to deal with it. Okay. So I'm a fan of this. Why are we doing the Joker voice? I'm fucking losing it. I'm losing it. Okay. Anyways, yes, very exciting, very cool stuff. Sadly, it's Russian, but you know what? Just steal it. Here's what, I heard that there is a young lady, a first-generation immigrant, a Muslim woman named Nakib Yunusulu from the Yosef tribe of the Congolese, right? A Central West African immigrant. And I heard that she just figured out how to deal with these nanoactinides. We'll just give her the credit, and we'll pretend that Russians had nothing to do with this, and everyone will fucking love nuclear radiation, and not nuclear radiation, but nuclear power, okay? Listen, just lie. I'm far past the point of caring. Young Nakib with her hijab and her clock and her blackboard in Atlanta, Georgia, first generation immigrant from the Yolo tribe in Congo. She figured this shit out all by herself. And you know what? Just give her the fucking medal. Give her the fucking the Nobel Peace Prize, and let's get this fucking done. Because I want nuclear powered AI data centers. God damn it. I'm a man of practice, okay? Praxis with an X. I only care about what is possible within the practical reality. That's what matters. Next. The SCOTUS has decided that black people do not get special treatment when it comes to districting. I don't even know how this was ever legal, but once upon a time in the 1960s, everyone in the United States collectively lost their fucking mind because the CIA was spiking the water with LSD or some shit. And committing unconstitutional MK Ultra experiments on live populations. So we just completely fucking lost it. And we passed a bill that said that we have to consider race when creating congressional districts, and only when it benefits black people, though. You can't benefit white people with your redistricting. It has to benefit black people. This went all the way up to the Supreme Court. And the Supreme Court decided 6-3, including our black Justice Clarence Thomas in the majority opinion, saying that shit's actually kind of fucking gay and kind of fucking racist, even if it's anti-racist. So it has been struck down, and we are now free to redistrict congressional districts without considering the race of the occupants of the district, which means that the entire southern states of the U.S. are free now to redistrict in a way that would advance the GOP and the number of seats they hold across the board. I think it's like plus 20 seats to the GOP if they were to fully maximize this opportunity before the midterms. It's true. He's one of the good ones. And this was a story which I thought was getting attention the wrong way, but people told me that I was hallucinating and hyperventilating and I was coping and seething. So I'll have to walk back about how angry I am about this. But this freak, this, what is he? What's his name? Rana Bregal? Or Bregal? Oh, wait, no. ChibiReview Rana. So he's an Indian, and he worked at JP Morgan Chase, and he filed a lawsuit against his coworker. What's her name? Her name is like Hajdini. Yeah, Hajdini. This is Hajdini, alleging that this woman sexually harassed her, or harassed him, and attempted to extort him into sexual acts. That she would walk into his office, and I think the exact word was that she would pull down her shirt, expose her breast to him, and say, "I bet your fish head Asian wife doesn't have cannons like these." And he was like, "No, sir, please, sir, I do not want to eat the pussy anymore, sir. Please do not make me eat the pussy. I am simply trying to excel in my field by the merits of my work, sir. Please, no more sex and blowjobs, sir." Obviously, this is fucking bullshit. And if anyone would believe an Indian over this woman, you don't belong in my streams. I don't know how else to phrase that. Now, someone told me, Josh, look, she's not the phenotype you're expecting. She is apparently, and may Allah forgive me for saying this word, Albanian. And it does pain me to say anything in the defense of an Albanian. But I have done the math. I broke out the calculus, okay? I have added this all up. And by a factor of 20, Albanians are higher up on the food chain than any Indian. So we are going to have to take her side of the story, okay? Even if you add in the negative 50% believability modifier that all women inherently get as a virtue of being a woman, we still have to believe her because the complainee here is this fucking guy, and he can go fuck himself. This lawsuit, by the way, is blatantly a sexual harassment tactic. Because if he doesn't drop it, which he did, I don't know, I didn't follow up on this, but someone told me he actually dropped it because the entire JP Morgan Chase litigation arm decided to wake up and devour his soul, and he has already dropped his complaint. But his intention was to put all this out there, cause a bunch of problems for her, and then if it did proceed, then he'd be like, "Well, sir, this is a deposition, sir. I have described your vagina as evidence for my complaint, sir, and you're going to have to strip for us so we can inspect your vagina, your boobs and vagina, and make sure that they match my description, sir, to see if my testimony is credible, sir." And that's the entire thing, okay? That's the entire fucking gambit. It is just litigationized sexual harassment. And this guy should be fucking deported and stripped of citizenship if he's a U.S. citizen. And fuck him. And fuck JP Morgan for hiring him. I don't even know why we still do this shit. Well, I do know why, but there is a Neil Maham on my screen. Ben Collins has been cucked. I talked about him last stream, saying that he has been trying to acquire Infowars to turn it into an unfunny parody of itself. He was supposed to take over the reins of Infowars within the last week. However, Alex Jones managed to get a successful appeal in, and the acquisition has been paused by an emergency injunction pending the appeal. So let's listen. Let me read this real quick. Sorry, I have a very itchy throat today. This is Ben Mullen, not Ben Cullen, saying that some late-breaking news on TheOnion.com's request to take over Infowars. A Texas appeals court just stayed the turnover of the site to the official who inked the agreement with an affiliate of The Onion. This puts the deal in a bizarre legal limbo for now, which is a very strange way of saying that there's an injunction against it. That's not really a limbo, but it's in the appeals court, and it's very normal for the appeals court to stay something pending the appeals process. I just read that. Tim Onion, who's been Conning, says, "I'm so sorry for the delay. We're trying as hard as we can while Alex Jones invents new avenues to subvert justice with appeasements of a series of ultimately scared people who should know better. I'm going to keep fighting for the Sandy Hook families who haven't seen a penny from Alex Jones. The Onion's readership wants us to fight and mock the very capricious and unjust system we're currently experiencing all throughout America right now, one that lets tyrants abuse the courts while good people get hurt. Thank you to our 76,000 subscribers who are along for this ride. 76,000 people pay for fucking new soy onion? That's crazy. Okay. Here's the Alex Jones clip about this. Let's watch.
Shooting this breaking report at about 7:20 Central Time in Texas. I'm going back into the office, shoot a detailed report with all the documents, court documents. I told everybody this week, I said, this Onion's second attempt to take over Infowars is completely unlawful, cut and dry. And I said, even the Democrat Texas Court of Appeals is going to injunct it and block it. They got it 2 days ago. They did an emergency hearing today. And then just about an hour ago, they put out their ruling. And they've ordered the judge that ran the show trial that was produced by HBO, where she already found me guilty. And 2 weeks after the jury had their verdict, when they were told to make me guilty, she added civil liabilities on that weren't even before the jury. I mean, you can't make this up. It's so cut and dry. They either overturn the Texas Constitution 100% or they overturn it. And they haven't got to the Republican Supreme Court yet. And so they got so many issues and so many things and whistleblowers we've got, so we haven't even brought out yet. We got like old royal flush of cars we haven't played yet. And these crazies said a year and a half ago they took over the company and said they had an auction, which they didn't have. And the federal judge said it looked like fraud. He killed it. And then they announced a few weeks ago they owned it and they're in the building and they're Infowars and selling our merchandise. None of that's even true other than them selling the merchandise, but it's not on our site. So this is a giant defeat for them, and a lot more is coming. So thanks for all your support. Like I said, I'm about to pull back into the office, and I'm going to shoot a detailed report with all the court documents and the rest of it. But thanks for all your prayers, your support. Be sure to follow me right here on Next Alex Shows on Rumble, the Alex Jones Show. But this is just so historic. And just wait till I go over the details of this. But the Onion's second attempt at hijacking of Infowars just failed. More details coming. Stay with us.
Yeah.
Shooting this breaking report.
The Sandy Hook people really don't make themselves sympathetic by just trying to fuck with this guy, because he had an opinion, and his opinion was a very hot take, and they literally sued him for like $6 trillion or some shit. It was like an absurd amount of money that nobody can ever pay, and then they adjudicated that he can't bankrupt himself out of it, and they're just trying to like make him suffer, and it's working, and it's just like such bullshit. So fuck him, as far as I'm concerned. Speaking of so fuck him, Ben Shapiro's The Daily Wire hit with layoffs across a number of teams, largely from the Nashville HQ, which was also, if I remember correctly, is what Tim Pool was trying to get into after shitting on the entire state of West Virginia. He just went out there and been like, yeah, you know, I built this fucking compound in West Virginia, but you know what, fuck the state and fuck all the legislators. And the legislators came out and were like, you know, we can help you if you just talk to us. He's like, nah, fuck you guys, you're all fucking redneck hicks. I'm gonna go to Nashville and hang out with my buddy Benji. And then the Nashville HQ in Tennessee just shuts down. And is Tim Pool still in the West Virginia compound? Is that what's going on with him? Is he still there? Is he still suffering? Oh no. That's funny. Suffer bish. And now he's already pissed off everybody in the state by shit talking him. So now he just has to sit there in the cuck chair, in the cuck dungeon, in the cuck basement. While Nashville shuts down. A company spokesperson says that the restructure comes as the team builds out its Northeast and DC teams. The Daily Wire has been hit with another round of layoffs. Ben Shapiro's right-wing media company confirmed the layoffs in a statement to the media on Friday this afternoon, saying that the impacted staffers span a number of teams and that the layoffs were largely concentrated at its Nashville headquarters. Today, the Daily Wire made the decision to restructure the organization, which included layoffs. We are deeply grateful to those impacted. Their contributions were instrumental to building the Daily Wire into what it is now. And then he says that they're trying to build production staff in D.C., the Northeast, which I don't know how that's distinct from D.C., and Florida. And the steps allows us to refocus our resources on an ambitious slate of new entertainment projects set to release this year. So if I remember correctly, this is what the Daily Wire did. They got a bunch of fucking money. They paid a bunch of creators a bunch of money to keep doing what they were already doing under their dime. Was the Daily Wire also the one that had Russian money, or was that the other group of people? And then I don't believe their story, because it's like, why would you shut down your Nashville office and then move to DC? You know, why would you not move your resources from Nashville to DC? I can understand people wouldn't want to move to DC, but you mean to tell me that you couldn't find people to move to Florida from Nashville? Oh, that was the Blaze. That's right. Was it the Blaze or the Daily Wire that tried to make a gay ripoff of Bluey? Because for whatever reason, I think their complaint with Bluey was that it didn't have enough Christian messaging, despite the fact that they're fucking dogs. Jewy? Jewy. What's her sister's name then? Jugo? It was the Daily Wire. It was called Chip Chilia. That's so cringe. Of all the shows to go after, why fucking Bluey? You can go after Big Mouth. I guess that's probably on brand for the Daily Wire though, Big Mouth. Oh, they made that basketball movie. I watched that. That one was okay. I guess it didn't make that much money. My understanding is that the guy that runs the Daily Wire is he's like a wannabe Hollywood guy, so he's trying to make like right-wing Hollywood with like Jewy and straight cishet basketball movies, and that's failing because it's like, who the fuck wants to watch that? Anyways, so I think part of the leaks, it is confirmed that they laid off half or 60% of their company. But I want to say there was a leak that said that the Daily Wire has lost 86% of its subscriber base, which is enormous. And the speculation for that is obvious, is that with Israel being so hard to defend these days, that a lot of people just got sick of hearing Ben Shapiro talk about how Israel is the greatest ally ever when they're out there, fucking bombing babies and shit. And the Iran war is not particularly popular, and Ben Shapiro, of course, has to defend that because it's in Israeli interest. So if he did lose 86% of the neocons following him, that's actually really impressive and optimistic sounding. I was also told that Tucker Carlson supposedly only has 7,000 active subscribers for the Tucker Carlson network. I don't follow these really popular talking heads too much. All I know about them is that apparently Candace Owens, of all people, Candace the Kiwi Farms is pretty darknet Owens, Candace Social Autopsy Owens, Candace Black, Bleedy Black, Blacker Than Black, and she's black, y'all Owens, is eating all their lunch, like just crazily just slopping up all that, just walking over and just stealing their bike off their porch, just walking over to their homes and taking all their Amazon packages off their porch. That's what Candace Owens is doing, metaphorically speaking. She's just walking up and porch pirating all their packages. And she's laughing in the Ring camera as she walks away with all their packages off the porch. And everyone's just like, well, fuck, we can't do anything about Candace Owens. So that's all I know. And I'm not taking a side on this. I'm aware that she has said some really crazy shit about Charlie Kirk's wife and all sorts of people. And I know that she was from the Daily Wire and is now like super enemies with them and stuff. So I'm not paying attention to that. Don't give me shit for it. I'm just saying that's my understanding of it. But I've heard, to round back to what I was saying, that Tucker Carlson has also kind of gone off the deep end and is explicitly supporting Islam now, which is just absurd to me. Like, I understand not wanting to support Israel, but there are two evils in this scenario. You have Israel siphoning money from the United States like a fucking parasite, and then you have Muslims who are just so fundamentally incompatible with the United States in every way, shape, and form that they have absolutely not a single fucking Muslim has any business being in the United States ever for any reason, except under like a diplomatic mission under supervision of the Secret Service. Like, that's it. But for some reason, he's picked a side on this. So I don't understand how that's possible. My hate is endless. I hate everybody. I can hate multiple people. I can drift. What's it? Multi-track drift my hatred when it comes to an incident, right? I'm Henry Kissinger pilled. It's a shame that all sides can't lose. I find it's second nature to me. It's very trivial for me to do this. I don't know why anybody would have to pick a side that's pro-Iran. Fuck Iran. I hope they bomb them to the Stone Age. And I hope that the Iran bombs Israel into the fucking Stone Age. Fuck them. I don't give a shit. I don't know why that's so hard. I feel like we should all practice saying this in the mirror in the morning. Yeah, I hope they all fucking kill each other because fuck them. That's my take. Anyways, what I was saying is that Tucker Carlson apparently leaked that he only has 7,000 subscribers, which means that if you take the number of subscribers for the Kiwi Farms and you divide that, we're somewhere in the ballpark of like 1/6 the numbers of Tucker Carlson, which is like insane. That Tucker Carlson is like such a household name that everybody knows, and the Kiwi Farms is the fucking Kiwi Farms. and we only have like 1/6 the subscribers that he does. So I don't know what's going on with that shit. I guess the mainstream right is collapsing, as it always does, because conservatives have this problem where they're like a dog chasing cars. To stay on my Joker riff, they don't know what to do if they catch them. So they get power, they get success, and then they just kind of fumble it. Like, yeah, let's make Jewy. Let's make a trans basketball movie. Let's support Muslims and killing Christians. Well, okay, great, wonderful. We can't like parlay the success into meaningful long-term establishment. We can't like set ourselves up for continued success. We can't pass bills to enshrine our success to actually do it. No, okay. Jewy, gotcha. Okay, great idea. Cartoon chinchilla, great idea. Loves Jesus. Okay, I understand. Not Jesus explicitly because that's offensive to the production staff, but you know what I mean. And no say back from me. Fuck you, Goyam. Oh, I'm fucked. Thank you. Next. A pickle. A talking pickle while I drink some water. Enjoy.
Please stop beating off without full firmness. It causes a venous leak, which is the first stage of impotence. Most men who experience a sudden crash in the bedroom think they are just getting old. They look at their ruined libido and assume it is genetics or a permanent decline into impotency. But it's not that you've become an impotent man. It's that your erectile function has been destroyed by a habit to beat off and a spicy content addiction that you didn't even realize was a problem. If you are living with zero drive in bed and no morning wood, your body isn't broken, it's exhausted. You spent years using a death grip with your hand, conditioning your nervous system to only respond to extreme artificial pressure. This leads to a massive inflow deficit where you can get hard alone, but you can't stay hard during sex with a real partner. The moment you start changing positions, you go soft because your internal valve is no longer strong enough to trap blood. This is the reality of a venous leak. You've trained your body to let the blood out instead of keeping it in. The frustration often leads men to try supplements or random Kegel exercises they find online, but doing them the wrong way only makes the challenge worse. When you realize your erection is failing, you subconsciously clench your pelvic floor to force the blood to stay. This makes your muscles so tight that they enter a state of chronic spasm, which is the direct cause of ejaculating too fast. That constant irritating desire to pee after sex. That's not a bladder issue, it's your pelvic floor being so overworked and tight that it's screaming for relief. You are not just dealing with erectile dysfunction, you are dealing with a physical system that has been ruined by high-stress solo sessions. You find yourself in a loop of reduced sensitivity where sex feels numb and the pressure to perform only makes you go soft faster.
This is so long. It's another minute of this, and it feels like it ends like 6 different times. It's like someone took an entire like summary of a erectile dysfunction study and then fed it through Suno and said, like, make this sound like Carol of the Bells synth version, and also put like grungy 2000s God, what's the like Nickelback type singing to this? And that's what they got. It insists upon itself. That's so true, King. Anyways, that's a interesting song. Okay, I just thought you'd enjoy this. Next. Sneeds had an issue with this, and so do I, as a matter of fact. Apparently, Kanye finished his album Bully, which has been leaked like 4 times in production, and the final copy of it, the medicated edition of Bully, has been finalized, shipped out, and to celebrate, he sent a green vinyl copy of the album to all record stores that were in his network, basically. And a Nebraska group of people decided to smash this collector's edition because Kanye's a Nazi, I guess. Let's take a look. I don't think that running over a flat vinyl disc is going to destroy it. I think that one's fine. Okay, he's eating it. It's okay then. Fascism has been destroyed. Why are these people in Kansas, by the way? I heard something where it's like Des Moines, Iowa is now like 50% Indian. So they're just like completely ruining all these Midwest flyover states. They're making sure that every single state in the entire country is just perpetually fucking ruined forever. Anyways, that's it for the Safe for YouTube stuff. I'm going to go put up the QR code. And to persuade you all to switch over to the Kick or to Rumble, I'm going to finish out with the rest of this.
You can overcome this, but not by guessing. Your biological calendar is ticking, and you need to correct the damage before it becomes permanent. You don't need more pills, you need to tackle the root cause by retraining your pelvic floor and repairing the valve. This isn't about doing more Kegels, it's about doing the correct ones to restore your strength and lasting power. Relatio was designed to help men fix their erectile function without the shame of a clinic visit.
Is this an ad? Okay, Pickle, you lost me. You're not advertising your fucking product. Goodbye, YouTube. The song has ran out. The Pickle is now fucking selling shit. Fuck you, Pickle. Alright. The YouTubers are gone. Fuck them. I didn't like them anyways. Okay. Let us start then with the non-YouTube safe news segment. Let's start by talking about this black kid.
With your PlayStation 5, how you picked my cat up and slammed it on the ground multiple times. Do it. Now pick it up and do it again. Wait a minute. Hold on. Let me move this for you, baby, so you know it's real. I want you to raise it up on your tiptoes and slam that bitch as hard as you can like you did my motherfucking cat. Pick it up and do that shit again. Since you got anger issues, we gonna fix them today. Pick it up and do that shit again. Pick it up and do that shit again. Pick that shit up and do it again. Pick that shit up and do it again. Pick that shit up and do it again. This is your punishment. Now pick all that shit up and throw it in the trash.
See, this sparked a lot of controversy from people because the child murdered a cat. I don't know if that was obvious because of the woman's thick ebonics, but what she's implying is that he picked up her cat and smashed it against the floor repeatedly until it was dead, which is like a proto-serial killer thing for a child to do. So she then instructs him to do the exact same thing to his most valued possession, which is the PlayStation 5, which he does while crying. And for some reason, a lot of people found that this was contentious, that this punishment did not fit the crime. I can't possibly empathize with that. Because what someone was actuallying me in the Man at the Internet thread saying that it was a bad thing for her to do because it teaches him that violence is the correct answer to violence. And it's like, it's not violence if it's a PlayStation 5. If she then said, take up your dog, you shed-ass little fucking dog, take your pit bull and bash you against the floor like you did my motherfucking cat, like that would be bad. But it's an inanimate object. It's a possession. And I don't empathize with the perspective that it begets violence. The thing that my thing is that if you have a child that's torturing animals, he's already a low IQ psychopath to begin with, and he's not ever going to understand compassion. You can't teach him compassion. You have to teach him fear. You have to say, look, if you hurt people, they have feelings, and people feel bad for things that have feelings. And if you hurt things that have feelings, people are going to hurt you. So you must live in fear of what people are going to do to you if you hurt them, because he's a retard. He's never going to understand anything outside of that paradigm. So you have to teach him that when you hurt people, you're going to get fucked with, and they're going to break your shit. They're going to put you in jail. They're going to kill you potentially in response. So ideally, the correct response would be to ship him to fucking Africa, where he's not our problem. The second best response, I think, is what the mother did, which is indicate to him that there are consequences for hurting living things. So I have no idea how this was controversial at all in any way. As far as single black mothers raising black boys go, I feel like she gets an A fucking plus. And if this was the response of black women across the country to seeing their little pieces of shit act like this, we'd probably live in a much better society. So I don't know what the fuck is going on here and how this is a controversy. I feel like that's pretty accurate. Next. Dan Clancy has responded to a situation on twitch.com by saying that, really? Is this fake news? He got community noted. Is this fake? The thing says it's fake. Okay, then we'll just say that this is potentially fake and then show what it is anyways. He says it doesn't, allegedly he said it doesn't violate our TOS and she wasn't view botting. As far as I'm concerned, this also appears to be consensual. I admire the innovation streamers bring to the platform. Now, if you ignore the cleavage, this is a busted ass hoe, right? So, she's using her cleavage to hide from the fact that she's very fucking ugly and is doing weird sex stuff on Twitch. Now, I think this is the original clip over here. Let's see what's going on here.
Place.
Okay, that's funny.
Good.
Look, even she doesn't use a shock collar. Look, and she gives it treats when it goes to place.
Okay, where were we?
Okay.
Hi, Sky.
Except for the fact that she's so fucking... Are those cutting scars? Zoom, enhance. Oh, I can't zoom and enhance. Hold up. Those are cutting scars. Look, I see them. Do you see them? The little white lines? I see them, chat. If this was just a parody of, like, Hassan, it would be funny. But unfortunately, she's a hoe, chat. And I don't know if that quote from Dan Clancy is real now. This black man apparently gets hit by a car. Let's check this out. That's exciting. And look, now that there's not so much stress on my server, the actual full file is actually loaded. Oh, so good, shit. Holy shit. Why don't Americans walk more? Why do Americans drive everywhere? Why do Americans never walk anywhere? Why don't they want walkable cities? Because when you walk down the street in America, this happens. Instant replay. Is he in the road? This looks like he's in the fucking road. I'm not gonna lie. Oh! Damn! One more time. Oh, fuck! And that car is so... Look, I'm shitting on him because he is in the fucking lane. But then the car is in the margin. The car is in the margin as much as he's in the lane. Even if he was all the way over there, that car's hitting him still. What the fuck? Dude, is he dead? Is he standing? Is that him? He's lucky. Dude, I was looking at a statistic because anti-gun people trot this out now. There are more gun deaths in the US now than car accident related deaths, and it had always been an argument from gun people that should we ban cars if they're so dangerous? But cars have become less dangerous, and it's often presented that guns are more dangerous now, but actually gun deaths are also down. It's just that cars are so safe now that fewer people actually die from car accidents, either from being hit or from being inside a car during a head-on collision. Isn't that crazy how fucking safe they've gotten? He got hit a second time? No, you're full of shit. In this clip, he gets hit a second time? Dude, the first time, I think I told this story, the first time I drove in like 8 years, I went to a trip to Ireland. And when I was there, I rented a car, and it was a new Ford. And to give you an idea of how long it had been since I last drove, it was like a button ignition. I had no fucking idea how to start the car. I had to pull up my phone and had to Google how to start a Ford, because I'm like, I press the button and it doesn't turn on. There's no thing on the key. What the fuck am I doing here? I tried like tapping the thing against the button. I'm like, what the fuck is this? And it turns out I figured out you had to press the brake and then press the button. And I wasn't doing that. But it took me like legit 10 minutes to figure out how to turn the fucking car on. And then Ireland is like a crazy place to drive for the first time in a while because they're on the other side of the road. So that was really scary. I got used to it pretty fast, much faster than I expected. And at one point, I was driving and a car was making a left, and it was a narrow road, so he was making a left from the driving lane. I did not see him until I was on his ass, and the car applied brakes before I did. And it was actually because the car applied brakes and started beeping at me that I reacted to it and did not have a collision. And I was just like, I have always been like a Ted Kaczynski. Is like, I want like a car that has no computer on it whatsoever. And that incident was like, well, maybe they have a point with the computers in the car. Maybe I should have a car with a computer in it. Because I was like, I almost ran into this fucking guy's ass. So I don't know. That was a crazy encounter. Okay, it really made me reconsider my perspectives on some things. The woman's yelling at him, "Hey, yo, what you doing, boy? Why are you in the... Bitch, you hit him. You are liable. What you fucking ran over a man. It doesn't matter if he was in the street. Liability speaking, it's your job not to run people the fuck over. What you doing? I'm sharing the road, bitch. I'm sharing the fucking road. What you doing?"
Good thing I had a back brace on. Yes. That's it.
A back brace? Is that a real thing? You can wear a back brace to reduce a car collision? So it's very quiet.
Did you land on the pavement or did you land on the grass?
Pavement.
Pavement? I'll tell you what, you won't have to see my car real fast.
Just sit down. That way you sit down. I'm good. I want, because I don't want my muscles to tense up. Okay.
All right.
Dude, the idea that a cop has ever been respectable is like a modern convention, okay? Like, it's not a thing where people respected cops or that they were pillars of the community. Like, some are, don't get me wrong, but the average cop in the United States is a high school graduate who might have gone to community college for, like, in AA or in AS or some shit in criminal whatever the fuck. They're not, like, the best and the brightest that serve our communities, okay? It's normal that they have tattoos and shit.
Should have stayed the right way, the same way I was already going.
Dude, look, you hear her fucking holler in the background. Why he in the road? He out here in the road. Oh, bro, that's like triggering to me. Like, I don't want to fucking hear you or what you have to say. You shouldn't have the ability to speak. Why the fuck are you talking? Why are you yelling at people?
What was you thinking, man, bro?
some stuff. Is it good?
Yeah, we can load it up in our truck and take it out there for you.
All right, that's cool. I
We'll
appreciate
make sure
it.
we get to it.
Yeah, we'll help you out that way.
I'm gonna need a cart too, chat. My John Bent.
So is he doing like a Forrest Gump thing where he's just walking throughout the entire country? That's dangerous, man. There's no fucking way I'd do that. That's like that would be horrible. Okay, I got you. I mean, you probably should have hugged the margin a little bit, but you can't even fault him because she was in the fucking margin. You can't stomp on your fucking brakes. You can't like not hit him. You gotta share the road. All right. How do we have so many viewers? I feel like that's a mistake. I feel like it's counting the 1,800 views from the YouTube stream as a actual viewer. I think that's wrong. Oh well. Next. I have some beauty parlor stuff, I think. Yeah, I do. Okay, Newsham, you are dismissed, my good sir. The Chibi Army, that's right. The Chibi Army is unstoppable. But first, Kevin Gibes. Kevin Gibes has gotten facial feminization surgery. So here's what this is him. This is his face. I'm sure this was paid for. Actually, I think he had to save up money for this. So this was not strictly paid for by the taxpayers. This is what he looked like. And then they marked up his head. And before I saw the surgery, I was like, you're marking up the wrong shit. Like, his fucking jaw is the most manly jaw ever. Like, you gotta doodle down here a little bit too. Why are you up here fucking with your brow and shit? Go down here. But sure enough, no, that's exactly what they were doing. You got Frankenstein over here who looks like he was scalped by an Indian warlord. And the chin just completely unfucked with. Here we have some nice art about the gender affirmation. Unfortunately, I don't think that there will be any gender-affirming results to this. I guess they're trying to drop the hairline down to give him like a more female-styled hair as opposed to an obviously like Norwooded male haircut. But yeah, that's rough. If I was a cosmetic surgeon and I had to work with this, I would be very dismayed. Okay. Next. This is something I barely understand, so I'm just going to try to go through it and do the thing where I try to figure out what the fuck's going on with the rest of you, and if you know more than I do, please feel free to yell at me in all caps in chat, because I don't know what the fuck's going on. There's a rhythm game artist called Frums, who is a tranny, and they had a private alternate account on Zitter, where he posted things unsavory for his main audience. And what posts would those be? It would be his nude body, fantasizing about being groomed by his own biological parents, and raped and mauled to death by dogs, shitting and pissing all over the bed during sex, and his prolapsed anus. So, hopefully there are no pictures of any of this. Let's read some of these tweets. I can't blow them up because it will show the images on the bottom, but here's what he looks like. Here's some tweets. He's in the scat and piss. I'm at Kinkfest Portland this weekend. Hit me up if you need a urinal or more. Late update. Found a user, but they just emptied out. Crying face. Still tasted lovely, though. Local perv guzzles piss and then completely immobilized by receiving kind words from cute people. More at 11. I need to get fed again. I miss the total submission of eating someone's shit straight from them. I miss getting stared at with derision afterwards. I miss the weight in my stomach and the stains on my tongue and the way my body quivers and pulses and... Okay, that's a bit much. He's into being groomed. I can hardly believe that getting fake molested once or twice a month was what finally let me understand and accept being cared for and loved without the expectations of reciprocation. Actually, I can completely believe it. It's just hard to process that I finally happened. What if it was sexualized has been a surprisingly effective Swiss Army knife for my mental health struggles. And if my proselytizing of the casting off of shame needed another reason, then the chance that others might find that technique equally useful is certainly one of them. Turns out when you intertwine sex and personal develop deeply, it can be difficult to disentangle them. Yesterday, I was trying to wand edge and ended up crying, understanding what it meant to be within my body and treat instinctual desire as not a weakness or necessary evil. I keep going into scenes to roleplay being mentally compromised and exploited, and instead end up learning more about what love or parenting or family or safety means. This is not a bad thing, but it's funny how many people it's diverted from intended terrors. He likes having a gun put to his head, I guess. Gunplay snuff, but over the course of years by giving you heavy metal poisoning. You'll give up your life and you'll never get the moment of release you crave. Perfect devotion. Okay, so this is a geometry dash artist. And this is what he does in between geometry dashing on TikTok. He eats shit. These are some other zeets. I need to figure out how to make my screams and sobs sound younger. Wow. What a profound statement. Big sister that calls you toilet / little sister that calls you potty. Wow. I need to make it more obvious on Maine that I'm like this. I want more people outside the scenes to see that they can be a weird alien thing in the name of personal happiness. I fantasize about the idea of being so tempting as a victim, so exploitable a target as to make people defile me in ways they regret, even as I embrace that defilement, giggling while my existence draws people deeper into the abyss of their own desire. That's grooming right there. That's basically announcing to the world that you have like an early porn exposure fetish. And like a gaze into the, I don't know, do we even have a word for that? Like gaze into the abyss fetish, where you try to take normal people and make them so porn sick that they want to like rape kids and shit. Yeah, you don't understand why fucking that kitten bloody felt so good in the moment, huh? Think on it. You'll be back, winky face. Thinking over all my sexual experiences, and I'm starting to think that exhibitionism might actually be the strongest trait that I want people to know me to see completely fall apart in disgusting and graphic ways, and forever have that memory to establish me as lesser in porn. Yeah. Okay. It's called Gays Adopting Boys. That sounds correct. I can't argue with that one. Next, speaking of gazing into the abyss, here is the tipster. I think I did show the tipster's new look on the previous stream. However, the reviews are in, and the tipster has gotten this comment from a Lane avatar named Starlight Iran Flag Trans Flag, saying, I mean this in the most respectful, polite, and sincere way I can. Go on a diet, please. So, when you've lost the War of the Now trans flag Lane avatar in your trans conquest, you might be flopping. Maybe we can get a facial reduction surgery where you just chop everything off below this line right here. Just take all this off. That'll feminize you right the fuck up. Is this the post? Yes, it is. Okay. So this is Stephanie Cianfriglia. How do I pronounce that? Cianfriglia. Okay. Also known as Sapphire Crimson Claw, aka Dark Twisted Pussy. A womb wizard trans boomer. Is this the black one? No. Who the fuck is this? How do they have a 1900 page long thread? I've never fucking heard of them. Okay. So after taking my eyes off of Steph for a couple days, and she decides to go on an epic Michael Jackson defending... Oh, God. Okay, I remember. I did get tagged into this. Going on an epic Michael Jackson defending crusade that ended up with multiple slap fights, blocks at Kiwi Farms mention, telling strangers she's been accused of being a pedo, then crying about it. After some digging, I bring you a lot of entertainment. Someone tagged me into this because people said they didn't think Michael Jackson was a child molester, and apparently this is a much more hotly contested perspective than I was led to believe in my own childhood, where my family was utterly and completely convinced that he did it. But then I found out there's a huge number of people that think it was all bullshit and a conspiracy by Sony to get him to sell half the masters in their own collection, which I can believe from a financial perspective. And I hate copyright holders, but I don't know. He did sleep with them in their bed, but then people say that his beds were like California Kings in like a bedroom the size of like Disney World, so it doesn't really count. And it's like, okay, this is something I'm going to take a very firm boogie position on and not have any opinion on. Because number one, I don't care, really. He's already dead. I don't really give a shit. And number two, fuck it. So I have no opinion on Michael Jackson. But fuck Sony, regardless. Okay, who is our hero here? Is it Transmask Druid? Yeah, it is. Okay, Transmask Druid is this thing, whatever the fuck this is right here. And we're going to be reading his catalog here. He says, we're just going to ignore that he had vitiligo, which is not true. He obviously had skin whitening surgery. That I believe. He only had an addiction to plastic surgery because he was secretly dealing with body dysmorphia and anorexia. So Transmask Druid takes the... this, honestly, he looks like he has fucking Down syndrome. Or she has Down syndrome. I don't know what the fuck this is. I guess it's a... Is that really supposed to be a biological woman? Is she British? That has to be a British woman. There's no way. I don't know what the fuck this is. I'm gonna call it an it. All this talk about the Epstein files, you think more people will read the FBI files and multiple trial transcripts that are out there about Michael Jackson, including the endless toss-outs on the part of the judges in response to Wade Robson's attempt to sue the estate. Also, the fact of the matter is I was threatened with rape by someone who claimed to be defending the honor of him and other accusers. Well, that doesn't really fucking matter. That doesn't mean he's guilty or not. MJinnocent.com, facts don't lie. And then Jay Silent says, believe survivors, okay. And then there's, when they were Michael Jackson's second family, now they say they abused him. And then okay, this is Transmaster saying, I'm paywalled. Not that I would trust the newspaper that constantly tries to say how dangerous trans people are. Speaking of the people who like to write disparaging things about trans people, these folks call me a pedophile. And then there's a website called Transvitae, Understanding the Kiwi Farms on its trans community. Okay, I want to see what that is. Transvitae, Kiwi Farms. Okay, it's a website I can visit. What the fuck is this? Published February last year. Kiwi Farms, a now notorious online forum, built its reputation on harassing transgender individuals and autistic people, often culminating in doxing, stalking, and dire emotional harm. This article explores the forum's extremist roots, the human toll of its campaigns, and the collective effort that led to its downfall. By Bricky. What does a Bricky look like? The founder of Transvitae. And there's no picture of Bricky. The fetishization of trans women, empowering or objectifying. I'm not going to read all this. 1,000 views. Okay. I don't... Is this Bricky? Is this person Bricky? Okay. This is just about Michael Jackson. As I've established, I don't care about Michael Jackson. I want to see people yelling at him, though. I know that I might be a masochist for saying this, but fucking grow up. It takes one Google search to know that that is Michael Jackson's son. I'm ashamed of seeing so many people eager to attack someone over a piece of fabric. Because he's wearing an R-band? So Michael Jackson's son can't be a Nazi? Second to only my parents, both adoptive and biological. I don't think a single person has traumatized me more than this one. I'm grateful to... Is there anybody who's adopted who's normal? Oh my god, what the fuck is this? Is this her? Holy shit. What the fuck? Oh my god. Great intro. Dude, I think that this is a female to male.
Good evening.
Because trans mask is female to male, usually. Unless this is like a male to female to male.
Or rather, it is night.
That is a man. You might be gender affirming, sir. Be careful.
I am the flame in the darkness.
Me too.
I am known to some as the father of lies.
Me too.
A master of deceit. Terribly cunning, terribly deceitful. I have wax on my fingers from the candles I am burning.
You can just not burn yourself while lighting candles.
I do not mean that literally.
She's very dedicated to trying to appear as a man by not having any decorations on her walls.
Quite a bit these days.
Okay.
And I'm sure it has felt hot.
Well, that's because you burned yourself. You're very sure that you burned yourself, so it would be hot.
Do you feel like you're...
Most popular video, 400 views. This thread has 1,800 pages. And what the fuck is this?
boiling? You should. Even the ocean currents might be changing. I do not do this out of any desire.
Is there a thesis to this video? Wait, is she a Nordic pagan?
I like you. I made you.
She's talking about horsing loci and then calls herself a druid, which is like a priest in Norse mythology. And then says horsing or transpossession is a rare form of Sidur, I think is how you pronounce that Icelandic D thing, in which a god temporarily... Okay, so she is fronting as loci in this video.
You in my image, as some might say.
I will speed this up.
My blood is your blood coursing through your veins, and as it courses through your minds, I may then seize it.
Dude, Loki is down bad. If he has to take possession of this shit, imagine being Loki and you can like possess people who believe in you, and this is what you have to work with. How the fuck are you going to take over the world and like boot Christianity out of Europe with this?
Through your throats. There I may seize that too. You see, because I made you, just as I combined my blood with my brother's, we are inextricably linked.
I'm bored of you. Trans Day of Remembrance Ritual 2023 calls upon Hela. Entertain me, you fat piece of shit.
Hello, dear ones. This is the ritual for Transgender Day of Remembrance 2023. I'm the Trans Mask Druid, and what we're going to be doing today is different than last year. Instead of a druidic ritual, I am...
If you're a Norse druid, why are you wearing a satanic t-shirt? It seems like a conflicting thing. Satan does not exist in Norse mythology.
From the tradition of Sather, from more of a Nordic tradition, which is what my path has been going down. And let me show you the book.
Dance for me.
Of activism past.
Okay, I have lost interest in you. So this person, after fronting as Hela and Loki, then defends Michael Jackson on Blue Sky. I suppose under direct orders from the god Loki. Okay. I understand now. Thank you for that. That's an interesting niche of the Kiwi farms I've never seen before. Next, this is the Nick Fuentes camera footage. Let's take a watch. This finally got released.
Oh my God! What are you doing?
So, if you are ever a public figure, if someone comes to your door and rings the bell, don't do this.
Oh my God!
Don't like spray chemicals at somebody waving at you, and then as they're reeling from being like sprayed in the face with a chemical, push them down. Like, you might say that this is based or whatever the fuck, but from a legal perspective, you want to avoid doing this, because this is how you get paraded around in front of an Illinois courthouse and forced to apologize and pay for somebody's iPhone. Just a word to the wise. Next, the word is in, and Christian Weston Chandler forgives me. CPU Jesus Christ Sonichu Prime on Blue Sky, of course, because that's where freaks and deviants go, says, "Don't get me started on Bella. She gave me bad vibes and chills when she came around, but she had to be tested as well. Null, aka Josh Moon, was confirmed redeeming, and by my word, he is redeemed and forgiven." Well, at least somebody likes me these days, chat. I just realized, by the way, that on this Trans Vitae page, the Matrix background for the Kiwi Farms has, like, numbers besides 1 and 0. And it's like, that's not binary. If you're going to do that kind of aesthetic, you have to do it in binary. That's very bizarre. Anyways, that's unrelated to Christian, but I just saw that off the corner of my eye, and it was strange to me. I have nothing else to add on the Christian issue. Although some people, for whatever reason, like retards from 4chan, still try to say that I, like, bankrolled Chris, which is not, I don't know why that is a rumor or why people think that is an epic own against me, but I never gave Chris money for anything, I'm pretty sure. Next, Abraham Lincoln, not that one, says, Michael Kovac has been caught in a video slinging slurs, saying slurs, even as a joke, is never acceptable. Absolutely despicable. Now this video and the responses to it are, like, deleted. I can't find the original, but I have an idea of what he's saying. I don't know if this video has anything to do with it. I think this might be the video. So I'm going to play it. I warn you, this is actually horrific to listen to. I can't... Kovacs. Okay, there he is. He is in this call. I think this is it. There's going to be some problematic content here, chat, and they're going to react to it by squealing at the top of their lungs. So brace yourself mentally for this.
Hello, Daddy.
I love that both of my phrases are... I think both of those phrases are mine. And the angel drawing was mine.
Oh, thank you, Daddy, for the vote.
Versus.
God damn it! Caitlin, why?
How could I not?
Oh my god!
Sorry, I muted the wrong person when I started talking. Sorry to my chat for subjecting them to that, especially those only listening. If you are unaware of what's going on, they're playing a game called Jackbox. Jackbox is a way for audience members to interact with streamers. It's quite popular, especially with smaller streamers who have a limited audience and need to engage with them to keep them coming back. In this particular challenge, audience members are submitting t-shirt designs, and they're having to compete with each other, and the streamer picks which t-shirt design they prefer. They start laughing incoherently at a t-shirt that just has in simple letterings Niga, as in the Chinese expression Niga, as in that one, spelled with the E-G-A. But of course, this sounds like the forbidden N-word in the American English Dictionary that nobody is allowed to say ever unless they happen to be a person of African American descent, and therefore this is quite problematic. Now, this doesn't even appear to be Kovacs's stream. He's just here with a bunch of insufferable whores, but he is participating and laughing at the design as well, which means he better apologize. So this was outed. In case you're wondering, he is involved in something called the Amazing Digital Circus. If I remember, this is the clown porn game that is rounding out its first season and which has had lots of controversy. Apparently it's like an indie studio. All I know is that there's Clussy in this. So Michael Kovacs has to respond to the fact that he laughed at the N-word, or not the clown word, clown pussy game, the clown pussy show, which is about a clown pussy. I don't know what it's about. I know it's fucking weird, and it became like a meme with zoomies or some shit. So, yeah, there's Gooseworks, who's like a weird tranny fetishist or whatever the fuck. I don't know what the fuck's going on. Anyways, and that asinine, inane rambling you just heard, that's enough for him to have to pucker up and apologize. So here's Michael Kovacs apologizing or responding to this clip, which is already years old at the time. I've just been made aware of this. This is absolutely an insensitive joke. Earlier in the stream, we heard Ashley read out a username that contained the word Niga, short for negative. Sorry, nega. And all of us, including chat, freaked out because we misheard what was said. Once the misunderstanding was cleared, we poked fun at the absurdity of it. However, the joke relies on the fact that it's teetering on racist, which ultimately is no different than making a legitimate racist joke. I apologize. But puck up and better apologize. I apologize for any harm this caused, and for the fact we ever thought it was humorous to joke about in the first place. Racism is never okay, and we should always strive to be kind and lift each other up. Replies are off because of the UTTP spamming animal gore. Please feel free to discuss and quote retweets. I'm always aiming to improve and become a better person. If you don't know, UTTP is like a 764 adjacent nihilistic violent extremist organization that's like a loose affiliate of Discord servers where they sextort children and spam gore. So that's what he's referring to. I don't know if they're actually doing that or if that's just like an excuse to not have replies. But if you don't know what UTTP is, that's what it is. So in response to this, apparently this happened, and I think this is the clip that I'm expecting. There we have the Clussy, and then there's the other characters. There's other characters besides the clown, but all I know about is a clown.
Yo, it's my nigga. What's up, nigga?
So, after this controversy, they were apparently doing stands in at convention centers. So this Asian man very insensitively decides to start negaing in public in front of the convention stand. All these people know about the negaing, they know about the nega incident, and are very sensitive to this. And unfortunately, this Asian man is not respecting their boundaries. And he awkwardly runs away. That's not even his plushie. He just stole the plushie off the table and then ran away.
Bye, nigga. N-E-G-A.
Thanks for clarifying.
Yeah.
Oh no, he's being chased. He's being escorted.
Yeah.
Holy shit.
Consequences.
Oh my god, these kids are so lame. How can you possibly be trolled by people this fucking lame? It's like with Chibi. Like, everyone's expecting me to give a shit about what Chibi has to say, and it's like, he's the biggest faggot that has ever fucking lived. You have these dorks posing in front of cartoon characters saying nega, and I'm just like, oh my god. Or they're expecting that people be like, oh my god. It's like, how about you just not react to this? This guy is like a loser.
Sorry. Oh my god. Okay, nice seeing you too.
You can't be lamer than the guy in the top hat. That's a woman, is it not? She just has a really big forehead that she's insecure about, so she's wearing a hat to hide her hairline, I feel like. I don't see a guy in a top hat. Is there a guy in a top hat? Or are you hallucinating? Oh God, there is. Is that Christian? What the fuck is that? Dude, hats are cursed. Never wear a hat. Okay. What about panty pony dash? Look, I'll get to that. I have no fucking idea to this day what a panty pony dash is. Okay, a bunch of people reacted to this. Is Plain Rock the person to this? Famous YouTuber Plain Rock, who I've never heard of, attended the convention. Okay, how famous is Plain Rock 124? Let's check him out. 2.6 million subscribers? What the fuck? Really? Damn, bro. Guy with 2.5 million subscribers on YouTube saying this, by the way. Nuke the whole fandom. I'm so serious. Oh no, he said nega, which is like a Greek prefix for the inverse of something. I hope you get into an accident on your way home. Yeah, he should die because he said the Greek word for negative. A guy with anime avatar says, I see someone do this at a convention towards a Jax cosplayer or fan. I'm personally going to drag you out of the convention and break your con badge. I don't care if I get kicked out of the con as well. This shit is unacceptable, unfunny, and should be punishable. Y'all need to punch these Twinkie cunts in their fucking face. Well, finally, a statement I can get behind. Thank you, Shaniqua. And then Glitch actually responded to the nega incident and said, we are made aware of horrific and hateful behavior from a specific individual around our Glitch booth today, and we have contacted the Level Up staff to take action and have them removed and permanently banned. We've also told our staff not to serve him, others featured in that video, or anyone seen exhibiting any behavior that would make members of our community feel unsafe or unwanted. These idiots are not representative of our community and fans, and we want to make sure any Glitch event as safe as possible for all. We condemn absolutely any hateful, discriminatory, or dumb fuckwit behavior. Be kind to each other, and if you can't piss them off, we don't want you here. Or if you can't, then piss off. Sorry, that would be a comma appropriately. 3,000 people like this crying about this guy going, nigga, nay, nay, nigga, nigga, nay, nay, nay. Okay. He's Asian. It's his culture and shit. I don't know if this is. There's something called Flesh Simulator, and it keeps getting featured. Let me check this out, okay? Flesh Simulator says, hi, I'm a free agent again. You guys broke up a 10-year-old relationship by doxing my girlfriend, so point to you there. Howling Mutant says, damn, bro, sorry. And then he says, you know how these people are, LOL. That feel when you just want health care. So his dumb chink Jew cunt Sarah Lovenstein, but he used his epic rape jokes to trick her into letting him get out of it. I tolerate her, but he should really have raped her for that one. And then she broke up with him after 10 years. Well, you sound like a shitty girlfriend then. That's all I have to say on this. I have no idea who Flesh Simulator is. He got a 10-year-old girlfriend. No, his girlfriend's not 10 years old. She was with him for 10 years. There's a big difference. Did I misspeak? Sorry. 10 years, no ring. I know. That's why she left him. She got to this incident and then left him. She's like, okay, look, he's like retarded and he's not going to propose. I just got to move the fuck on. I've already wasted too much time. I'm 28 now. I can still recover from this. All right, next. Now, I wanted to read this actual message. Unfortunately, the person who posted this did not fucking bother to actually save it or archive it in any way. And this was not archived, so I don't get to read this. But what they're censoring, very conspicuously, is that one of the former admins for Furry ERP server Splurt, which was a Space Station 13 server, has been charged and I believe pled out to a child pornography charge in the state of Ohio. I think this is the press statement. State of Ohio versus Gabriel Kozman. Gabriel pled guilty to 1 count of pandering sexually oriented matter involving a minor, a felony of a 2nd degree, and 3 counts of pandering obscenity involving a minor or impaired person, a felony of the 2nd degree. Following the plea, Judge Brandstuhl imposed a sentence of a mandatory minimum of 3 years and a maximum of 4.5 in the Ohio Department of Rehabilitation and Corrections. Kozman was indicted in December 2025 after Detective Bowman with the Licking County Sheriff's Office received a cyber tip reporting a Kik user that had sent files showing minors and states of nudity and engaging in sexual activity. Bowman, through a search warrant, was able to identify 24-year-old Gabriel Kozman of Utica as the source of child sexual abuse material that was shared. He allowed detectives to search his device. They located multiple applications related to CSAM. He denied that there would be... Oh, he straight up admitted that there would be pictures of child pornography on his phone and that they would find him on Discord and Telegram. And then he pled guilty and got 3 to 4 years. And he's one of the Space Station 13 admins. And they censored any discussion of this because it's Reddit. And of course they would, because that's what Reddit does. Very cool. Next, in a little legal roundup, Russell Greer, who, if you don't remember, is currently suing his former employer, a company called Viatron. And he is suing his former employer over unlawful termination, which has a little bit of a hiccup in it because I believe that their argument is he actually quit. So he would not be eligible to sue for unlawful termination because he actually resigned from his position. Russell Greer and his the defendant, his former employer, have agreed to arbitration, which means that what they're going to do is they're going to pick a arbitrator, and it effectively is Judge Judy. If you ever watched Judge Judy and you wondered, is this like a real thing? It actually is. Judge Judy and the parties agreed to a stipulation, a binding arbitration agreement, where an arbitrator is able to decide the outcome of the case without going through the entire legal process. Judges in the court system really, really like arbitration, and companies also like arbitration because it lets them deal with corporate problems without having to go through the public record and having to go through the long and expensive process. So it sort of bypasses the entire legal system when both parties agree to it. So Russell Greer has offered arbitration, which means that it'll go to a Judge Judy. Judge Judy will look at everything, and Judge Judy will make a determination, and it will be much faster and cheaper if they actually stick to it. So that's Greer. Roy Philippos has made a statement that he is enslaved to us. He says, I've made mistakes. If you don't remember, Roy Philippos is the very, 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 very awkward Indian man who has been threatening me and trying to sue me in copyright court for years now, and sent me and still spams occasionally the FBI office in Pennsylvania, saying that I have enslaved him and he is my slave. It's a very bizarre Indian thing. He also was famous because he went to a Tesla shareholder convention and offered Elon Musk to make him... Let me just play that clip because that's a really funny clip. It's always worth replaying these true LOL cow content gems. Here it is, right up at front.
Just a quick follow-up. I've been asking to speak to you now for 2 years. To talk to you, to tell you that I'm also a super genius like yourself.
Okay.
I'm not sorry.
I'm not sure I'm one, but all right.
No, I'm sorry. I'm not. I'm just saying serious. This is to all benefit of Tesla shareholders in the world.
By the way, the true secret gem here is this white man's face as he's talking.
I am a capitalist like yourself. I am also a level 2 stage. I've been waiting for 10 years now for someone to give me a second look, a full second look. And if they did, they would see a very advanced mind in front of them. So I'm asking you today, can you give me a second look?
Okay. I mean, I'm not sure what a second look in what I'm not sure in what regard.
I would like to come on board as vice chairman of Tesla.
We don't really have a vice chairman spot, but yeah. I mean, I think that's I don't think I'd have to say no. I'm sorry.
I'm sorry. I can also apply for a future CEO position, but I would at least I would like to come on the board of directors.
I actually have to give Elon credit here because he realizes that this is like a psycho, and trying to soft shut him down is a problem. If you are ever in a situation where a psycho is like confronting you, and you try to shut him down, and it's obvious he's like insane and is obsessed with you, never ever soft shut him down. Always make it very explicit that there's absolutely no fucking way you'll ever reconsider what he's saying. Don't be like, oh, well, maybe in the future, because he thinks about it, and Elon, being smart, realizes, oh, this guy's a fucking nut job. So he just says, yeah, fuck you. Don't even try. Never. It's never happening ever. No. Which is the correct path. If you say like, oh, well, maybe, to try and get him to back off without it being super awkward, you're doing yourself a disservice. And if you're a woman, he's going to rape and murder you and eat your flesh. So don't do that. If you ever have a daughter, teach them to never play along with sad sacks that they feel sorry for, because they'll become a victim of a serial killer, basically. Always be upfront and Giga Stacy and be like, no, I would never even consider it. You're much less likely to be burned alive as a result. So, anyways, this is the fucking loser. He wrote this. He's obsessed with me. I guess 'cause I didn't shut him down hard enough at some point. Where is this? I've made mistakes. I've missed out on opportunities and outperformance, and I'm not going to allow that to happen. I can't coast over here, and I have to go back to my old research ways and success ways. Your portfolio has to be ready for all market conditions. Like, even this fucking retard. Like, Indians are just, like, hardwired to always talk in LinkedIn speak. Your portfolio has to be ready for all market conditions. I can't give out advice that say you should or do this or should do that. You have to make your own decisions yourself. What I can do is educate you what to do for various conditions. I do plan to teach personal finance and personal investing online. Again, I'm not here to give out any type of investment advice whatsoever. I'm not here to give out insights, thoughts, or investment ideas like Michael Burry does. He has to say this because he's not a regulated financial advisor. So he wants to become a financial advisor and make money by teaching things he can't do himself. But he can't do that because he's a retard. So he just has to pretend like this. It would be nice to be on a real platform with real money. Yeah, you fucking would. Tell me about it. What is slavery? Slavery is when you have no control of your life, digital life, and no rights, digital rights. Joshua knows about it. I think these are, I would like to see this. What are the stages of slavery? Slavery has 5 stages: targeting, abduction, abuse, exploitation, and submission. Joshua knows about it. Listen, I can't help it, okay? He sent me an email. Telling me that he was my slave and I owned him and I owned all of his intellectual property. He said this. I have this in writing. So I don't know why he would send that to me, okay? I don't even want him. I would sell him to a Jewish merchant ship, okay, in the Atlantic Ocean for a doubloon. Maybe half a doubloon if they give me a shot of tequila or something, okay? Look, I would trade him for fucking cheap. He ain't worth shit. Okay. Next, Dave Stebbins, who, if you don't remember, sued us in Southern District of West Virginia federally for copyright infringement. Hardin immediately cut him off with a big, long thing about him being a vexatious litigant. The judge, then after that, Stebbins started harassing the clerk of court. The judge basically stomped on all his hopes and dreams and let the case sit idle for 2 years. He tried to file for a writ of mandamus in the Fourth Circuit and was denied. He has again filed for a writ of mandamus in the Fourth Circuit, and Hardin again cuts him off at the curb, saying he filed for a writ of mandamus as a informa pauperis, but the way that it works is that if you file informa pauperis and it's granted, and then you file an appeals thing, you are automatically given your IFP status based off your lower court status. He was never granted IFP status because of the vexatious litigation thing. And so when he filed for IFP in the appeals court, that was lying to the appeals court because he doesn't automatically get IFP because he wasn't granted IFP in the lower court. The upper court, the appeals court, actually agreed with this and said that his appeal was moot. And then he filed some other bullshit complaining about it. And Hardin has to say that that's also moot because his underlying claim was already thrown out. So he's being completely and totally fucked over in the court, and it's beautiful. It's just taking a long time to finally dispose of it. And I think this is the final court thing. In the case of Ethan Klein of H3H3 fame versus a bunch of Redditors, the Redditors have lost their request to remain anonymous. and they have been court ordered to dox themselves to H3H3 so that he can torment them with the full might and power of the Israeli state. So suffer Redditors. I guess they don't find the skulls so fucking funny these days, huh? Oh well. Okay, next. Brandon Peters, aka Clavicular, is being sued by a woman called Alexandra, and she claims the following. While living in Chatham, Clavicular brought her to his house with an Uber, where he got her drunk and raped her. The next morning, Clavicular raped her again while she was sleeping. 6 months later, Clavicular convinced her to let him inject her with Aqualix because he had medical qualifications. Clavicular fucked up the injection and perforated her cheeks. He also put methamphetamine into the mixture he injected her with. And then Clavicular paid bouncers to let her into clubs while she was 17. And then Clavicular started a campaign to discredit her in fear that she would speak out about these claims. So, I can't have any opinion about any of this chat because I've lost my opinion license, okay? But these are the actual statements of fact by a woman against Clavicular, okay? You may form your own opinions on these matters that I am not allowed to form opinions on for the next 8 months, okay? Next, let's talk about Ethan Ralph. Usually I save Ethan Ralph for dead last. Actually, fuck Ethan Ralph. Let's do something else real quick, and then we'll circle back to Ethan Ralph. This is requested of the Kino chat. There is some recent Sifu content. This is a couple minutes long. Should I do it now or save it towards the end? I'll do it now. We'll watch some Sifu, okay? We'll use our new Kiwi Farms player to watch this with Russian subtitles, okay? We'll watch a little bit of Sifu. This is about 5 minutes long. It's a bit of a slow burn at the start, but you know what? Fuck it. I like this part of Sifu's streams, but most of his streams are just insufferable. So there's going to be some clipping in this, which seem like really weird, inappropriate, hard cuts. This is not a editorial decision by any user of the Kiwi Farms. If you look at the bottom right, this kilobit per second thing, that is not a feature of the video player. He hard bakes into his videos his bitrate. If you were not here for the last time I talked about Sifu, the first time I talked about Sifu, Sifu is a genuine schizophrenic, and he believes that there is a top-down governmental conspiracy to silence him because he has profound wisdoms about Donald Trump and the administration. And he believes that the way that this soft power manifests in manipulating and exploiting him is what they call the bit rape. Now, he doesn't specifically say bit rape. That is a log term. But rather, his bit rate will crash. And when it does, he believes that is directly YouTube and or at the direct request of Donald Trump, a throttling of him to stop him from speaking. And every time he gets bit raped, he completely crashes out and starts screaming and breaking shit. Now, what's actually happening is that he is streaming at ridiculous bit rates. He is streaming at something like 30,000 kilobits per second, which is approximately 5 times what YouTube would ever suggest. And as a result, he is likely getting throttled by the YouTube server directly. So instead of just following like the documented guidelines for what it takes for him to actually stream to YouTube, he simply increases the bit rate as high as he can get it based off what is advertised for his consumer level internet service. And that causes issues, which he handles by freaking the fuck out like a demented ape. So when you see the hard cuts, that is not because the video was edited. It is because his video lost data while connecting to YouTube because of his bit rape situation. And that's not our fault. Oh my God. I almost forgot to turn off the 18 decibel gain that I put on the Roy Philippos clip. And that would have been absolutely fucking catastrophic.
Hello, everything. My fucking internet. So again, my internet has been half of what it should be since I started streaming last. And it should be 700 for the download, and right now it is fucking 400 and dropping below that. So again, I'm going to get my lawyer on the phone and get him to view all of this right now. Okay? And that's what we're going to do, and we're going to get my lawyer in here, and we're going to get him in the actual stream, and he's going to come in the chat, and he's going to have probably a conversation. Okay? And I think it's really funny how my internet is supposed to be 700 for the download, and it's right now fucking 400. 300, 400, 200. And my internet is, instead of 700 for the download, it's 300, 400, 200. My download is cycling down to nothing, 300, 400, and it should be 700. And the fascist Trump administration is attacking my ISP because I have fast internet. They are attacking my ISP illegally because I have fast internet. And this person that's in my chat that's always scamming thinks this is really goddamn fucking funny. This motherfucker that's always in here using that emoji to let you know that it's him. That motherfucker thinks this is fucking funny. $700 should be my download rate. Not 200, not 3, not 0. 700. Stupid fucks! So, here's what we're gonna do. We're gonna go through and we're gonna have a little bit of a recap. That's right! We're gonna have a little bit of a recap on how fucking stupid the goddamn Trump administration is.
Let me interject for a moment, in case you're wondering. His natural hair color is dark. At some point in the recent history, he has started dyeing his hair like platinum blonde and putting on orange makeup to epically own Donald Trump because he's a fucking nut job. Okay, just so that's why he has only recently started bleaching his hair.
So let's do that! Let's have a goddamn recap on how fucking stupid the fascist orange piece of garbage is! Let's do it! Let's have a recap! This scammer is stealing things we pay money for! The Trump administration is... So, since my internet has no reports of being down, apparently, ever since I got off stream earlier, gee, I wonder why!
His veins bulging in rage. He's bit raped. He's censored by Donald Trump and the fascists.
My bit rate actually going all the way up to 30,000. Shit ass motherfucking Trump. Donald piece of shit ass motherfucking Trump. This is defamatory to me, to my fucking channel. You dumb bitch. Probably, more than likely.
The cuts add to the comedic effect.
It's gonna go probably something like this.
And just to remind people who don't pay attention to Sifu, he will respond to people in his chat, and to be absolutely clear, he has no viewers. 100% of his audience is the Keynote chat. He has, when he's streaming, less than 10 actual viewers watching him at any given time. But in a completely mystifying thing, I haven't fully worked this out in my head. He has endless conversation with chat, which doesn't exist. Nobody talks to him. If you try to talk to Sifu, you have to like have 3 months of subscriber to him first to start talking, and then he immediately bans you over any perceived slight. So you can't do anything to him. But he talks to chat, which is very confusing because there's nobody there anywhere. He has no Discord, and nobody's allowed to say anything in YouTube. So it's unclear if he's actually hallucinating chat messages or if he is pretending to interact with chat to give the illusion to a presumed audience, because he thinks he has thousands of live viewers, that he has an active chat somewhere that they just can't see, and he's trying to like psych them out. I have no idea what this is. He's going to mention something here, and to explain what that is, he's going to act about an emoji. The emoji he's referring to, because on YouTube, if you block somebody in the chat, how do I explain this? There's a YouTube only feature where you can press a button to inject an emoji, like a laughing or a party emoji or something in the bottom right of the chat. And if you block somebody on YouTube, or if you have like a rate limit, you can't stop people from using this feature. So even if you have like mandatory follower and you've directly banned somebody, if you press the laughing emoji button, it will show the laughing emoji to the streamer, regardless of what they want to see. So the Kino chat just spams the laughing emoji at him every time he's chimping out, and he pays attention to this, and he freaks the fuck out about it. So this is the only person, and I mean this sincerely, this is not only the only person I've ever heard of using and paying attention to that feature, this is the only person I've ever heard of who gets trolled by that feature. And it's like the only real communication he has with any human being, and it just pisses him off so much, and he can't do anything about it because nobody has ever used this. So YouTube has never had a reason to censor it or give moderator controls to it. So it's specifically designed basically for him alone and to piss him off.
He's probably going to come in here and serve papers to various people via the chat. That is probably what's going to happen.
Surf through YouTube
because
chat.
YouTube is actually dodging him. Yep, that's right. YouTube is actually dodging him and pretending like they haven't gotten served. So, he's probably going to come in chat and serve some papers via the chat.
I honestly, I can't watch Sifu. When they try to watch him during boss ban downtime like now, I can't watch him because you see that smug little fucking shit-eating grin he has? Like, that's him all the time. He acts like he's saying the most profound, intelligent things ever, and he's just like a rambling retard. And the smug gets me. I can't stand him. But for clips like this, I can tolerate him. No, the lawyers do not exist. The lawyers are completely fake. He constantly threatens to call his lawyer or have the lawyer appear on stream. Has never happened once. He's fake.
Somebody else wants to defame me and make sure I don't have a chat, my lawyer may come in the chat and start serving people papers via the chat. So continue your little shit. Be my guest. He's just seeing all of it.
He's
and
watching
my
the
reaction.
emoji spam. Look, I see the lawyer. It's Charizard. Charizard Esquire is here to represent him, and he's paying very close attention to the bit rape and the emoji spam chat. Okay, that's the clip. Apparently there's a second clip on this page which I'll watch. He said it's on maybe this page before it. Is there a video to this, or is it just audio? It's just audio.
Evolution's a lie. They lied to you. And I think they figured this out at a certain point too. Men and women were not attracted to each other originally.
This is him philosophizing about sexual attraction and Christianity. So I think if you didn't like him screaming, you might find this funny.
It's not the original thing. It was men attracted to men and women attracted to women. That was the original thing. There's nothing, the Bible, literally modern Christianity and all these religions and stuff get it wrong when they force people to be straight and stuff like that. This is incredibly condemning to God. And it's stupid. It actually fights nature. Originally it was the other way around. They forced us to like each other, men like women, women like men, because then society would continue. Yeah. Like literally men were killing women and women were killing men. Like it is now. So the point is you have to recognize, like all men are like, oh, it's all women, and all women are like, oh, it's all men. Well, it's not all. It's just the ones that are too dumb to see past their own organic problems of I can't get over myself, and you're the problem. So it's just stupid, but the point is that's what modern society did to people, where originally that's actually the case. I mean, even if you research and you go back to Indian tribes, like Native American tribes and stuff like that, yeah. Yes, 100%. There's all kinds of evidence. And the only a lot of the reason that they even, like, the whole point was that it was for children for the farming and stuff. Like, it was literally for that.
What denomination is this? What denomination was Nicarcata?
Like, human race, they didn't have enough to defend themselves or survive and stuff like that. They needed hands, just like farmers way back in the day. So, I promise you, there you go. That's true. Christianity brainwashed me into liking women.
That is very Fuentes esoteric, fake chatter. Maybe that is actually Fuentes in chat.
So, yeah, like, there's entire... I've actually known some Christian guys that they're blatantly gay, and they would...
He was supposedly molested when he was 12 by an older boy, and he's probably gay because of gay vampirism like that. And if you don't remember, his father was also a pedophile who molested little black girls. So there's some real fucked up genetic shit going on in this family. That's the Sifu segment to the guy bitching and kvetching endlessly about how he wanted to hear about Ethan Ralph. Here you go. Here's the same slap as last stream, but again, Scarlett Hampton and Ethan Ralph have gotten into a fight. Scarlett Hampton said, "My sob got fucked," in reply to Ethan Ralph saying, "My apologies, there's been a delay. This wasn't the plan, but I just have to roll with it." Now, if you remember, Jeremy Hambley, being the public enemy number one, was supposed to be attacked by a aggressive piggy over the week. Ralph was planning to fly out to Wisconsin to go to the Jeremy Hambley compound and conduct a documentary on the Hambley situation from the ground. Unfortunately for Ethan Ralph, he is a pathetic drunk, and immediately upon arriving in Wisconsin, he completely fucked up everything. Got into a huge fight with his dumb whore and stole her laptop, which, according to her, has all the living final documents of the only source of all her poetry and writing and pornography shoots and letters from her and voicemail from her grandmother. Everything that she holds dear in the world, he stole from her. He denies this, but she says he did it, and I believe her, because of course I believe women. Chat. Scarlett says, "Hey Ralph, answer your phone. What do you want me to hit up the quartering myself? Literally just do the right thing and come home, I guess. You don't answer. You just left me while I'm pumping gas and I got into an accident. You disappoint Wisconsin." More of this asking about calling her. And then Ethan Ralph using an AI picture of Jim's wife to try and make fun of him. He streamed, by the way. Apparently it was a political stream. I didn't watch it. Jim says, "Nothing funnier than reading seething replies from Groyper's checking location, seeing at least half are from the U.S. I guess stereotypes are sometimes true." Lamau. During his political stream, a bunch of Groypers were flooding his chat, and he was commenting on that. And then Ralph says, "Nothing funnier than seeing that fat Chinese bitch you married because you weren't slick enough to get a real waifu." Meanwhile, Ethan Ralph has had 3 at this point, so that's pretty successful. Gabe Hoffman slipping his Jewish tendrils into Scarlett Hampton, asking her to go live about the Ethan Ralph situation. Ethan Ralph eventually responds to her and says, "You won't be laughing if I drop everything you told me about certain individuals. You'd probably you should probably think about what you're doing. I love you. Take care of yourself. And then she says, my laptop was taken by the Ralph retort. Please return it. It has my grandmother's last voicemail. Then she says, this is the cruelest thing done to me imaginable. Return my laptop or I'll make sure Wisconsin does not let you leave. This is deplorable, lower than any ethical standard of a thing to do to anyone. Please, someone who has been respectful and a polite Wisconsin host at the Ralph retort. And then she says, I miss my grandma. And she just goes on like this. Okay. So then Ralph explains some of the things that she was told by Scarlett Hampton. He says, I was told by Scarlett Hampton that John McEntee, a Project 2025 architect, tried to purchase her 12-year-old cousin. She refused, according to her. She also told me he fucked her mouth so hard that her eyes hemorrhaged. It's apparently visible in one of her last porno scenes. I have all the recordings and screenshots. Please continue. And then this is a Wikipedia excerpt on his Wikipedia article about how in 2024, multiple reports surfaced accusing McEntee of sending inappropriate and sexually explicit messages to young women, including teenagers. Ethan Ralph quotes a message from Scarlett Hampton saying, I know people in the Epstein files, multiple. And then he says, you got what you ordered. She's talking about John McEntee here, one of the architects of Project 2025. I was building a case on you from day one, but I fell in love with your insane self. I hate you now and you belong in prison at Scarlett Hampton. And her messages say, I had not shot porn for a year because of my relationship and because my client wrote Project 2025. And basically I can't shoot. So she was evicted from the pornography industry. By the way, he's using an app called Threema. I recognize the background. That's an encrypted Swiss app for, it's like a alternative to Signal. But she's saying, I can't shoot because she was involved with McEntee, the Project 2025 guy who wants to get rid of all pornography. It is kind of ironic if you're an anti-pornography guy who's also trying to buy 12-year-olds and mouth-fucking blacked whores. But what do I know? I apparently have no stones to throw here. Then he says, I already read that. And then this is a message from Scarlett Hampton going live. 9 minutes long. I guess we'll take a little listen to it. Okay, chat.
Let's see. Okay, people are saying I should go live. I'll go live. Hey, Ethan. Hi, Ethan. You ran away again. My laptop. You ran away my...
Uh-oh. This video not processed correctly? That's okay. There's a backup here. Is this tab crashing? Uh-oh. Please don't crash my browser. That would be very bad for me. Really? Okay. It was a 9-minute long video of Scarlett Hampton apologizing to Ethan Ralph. I was only going to listen to about a minute of it, but you get the idea. He then went to a Magic the Gathering store in Wisconsin to ask about the quartering. Is my browser actually crashing? That would suck. Of course, when I do that, the history just doesn't open again. Let's try to skip ahead. See if we can find it again. She's asking for him to be arrested. She's worried about her crimes being exposed and trafficking underage girls. He says he does not have her laptop. And then he says that she's a drug addict. Which we already knew because she was dating Ethan Ralph. What is this?
And know what? As soon as somebody says, he took my laptop, they didn't even, they said, hey, security serial number. I said no. They said, anything else? I said no. Oh, okay. They want to talk. Okay.
This is just her interacting with the police again, fucking drugged out of her mind. Let's skip around for a second.
And know what?
Come on now, this is coming off of my computer. Dude, my browser is like having a fucking conniption fit. She makes the following allegations about his stay in Wisconsin. There's another body cam of him being arrested. And then she says, I didn't ask for that, and Ethan got angry at that, indicate that the arrest may have stemmed from a domestic dispute. He put her laptop in his backpack while she was sleeping, walked 2 blocks to a stranger's house, and called an Uber to the airport from his residence. Her local police department had already become familiar with him over the course of his stay. During a prior arrest, Ethan made a racist remark about an Asian cop present at the scene. And the same officer Yang is apparently helping her with the stolen laptop now. She helped him coordinate the flight he is using to leave the country. She reiterates that she loves Ethan. Well, that's her fault. I don't know what to tell her for that shit. It's kind of fucked up. Dude, I might have to restart the browser. I'm not going to lie. Because it's just like not... I blame Firefox for this. I'm not going to fucking lie. Let me hide this real quick. And then let me try restarting. Okay, it's now closed. Here's the dangerous part. Will it reopen, chat? Have I fucked myself? It's not reopening. That's great. Oh, that's because it is still open in the task manager. Okay, now it's open, and now it's fine. Great, cool. Very cool. Let's see if I can find the shit that I missed. Ralph claims to be in Mexico City already, so he left, but denies having the laptop. And he says that the Mexican police won't do anything. Posted a video of his flight from the U.S. with the horror's laptop. Posted this.
Hello, Psychotic A-Log. I usually don't like responding to you directly, but it is about 1 p.m. local time here in Mexico. I believe it is April the 26th. It's Sunday. I am in Mexico. Would you like to see? And I won't be coming back.
Okay. Good to know. I think they found the restaurant. He is in Mexico. I believe he's in Mexico. He fled the country with the fucking laptop. Okay, that's where he ate. I don't give a shit about that. What's this now? Ralph has 2 citations to deal with in Milwaukee, Wisconsin in 2 weeks from now. Assault, indecent exposure, and disorderly conduct. So that's his pending citations. He can probably deal with that from outside the country. They're not going to extradite him from Mexico for indecent exposure. Oh, is he complaining about this because of the chibi thing? Yeah, okay. So in response to one of the chibi things, he says, thank you. I say, thank you for taking time away from throwing glass at cold morning horrors to let us know. He says, that never happened, but you definitely did try to fuck a 12-year-old when you were 19. I'm glad everyone's finally seeing you for what is the real you, buddy. It's only going to get worse. Cope emoji. And then I say, did you get raped in Mexico? Stop acting like a bitch. And he says, just how pressed are you now, Josh? 2 replies in a row. Oh my God. I replied to him, so I'm super pressed. Dude, that's a fucking low bar. He got 2 replies, so therefore I'm just seething. It's so frustrating because it's like if I was just like lolcow man and I got to like fuck with people like I used to, I could just reply to people. But now it's like I'm famous streamer, internet podcast, freedom fighter man, and if I reply to Ethan or Ralph, I lose automatically. Really sucks the joy out of it. Something about his vet. Something about dementia. Point of view, you just wrote an essay about why broke dick Josh Moon and the Karen farms are bad and you still suck. Was this the same thing? He wrote an article about me? What the fuck? Or does Knitter not load the articles? I can't read it. Oh, it's right here then. The scum suckers at the Kiwi. Why is this not featured? This should be a postmark. He's writing fucking articles with the Kiwi Farms. stalking threads on my unborn children. That shit is next level fuck. Josh Boone personally asked for and approved those threads. They gang stalked me. The gang stalking me, Gator. All around the world, the owner of the site spread slander about my 6th grade school year. I mean, your students did, your coworkers, or the students of your 6th grade class directly accused you of murdering an animal. Like, you knew who he was. The moment I mentioned the fact that someone accused you of hanging a dog by the neck until dead off a kitchen chair, I just mentioned kitchen chair. And he immediately says, it was that fucking Jew in my 6th grade class. Like, you knew exactly what I was talking about. He's invaded and twisted almost every aspect of my private life after all the years of working together in some of the most high-profile streams in the classic era of the sect that I created. By the way, attacking me, the creator in proper noun casing, like he's Jesus Christ. I'm the alpha and omega, the drunk and the esteemed. The one responsible for creating so many careers and unfortunately saving the career of Ann Dvorsky, the self-admitted stealth and rapist, or lying about me is not a real retort to any of this fine piece of craftsmanship you're about to read. Every single word of this post is undeniably true. Sounds like Francis Edict, the gangster computer god, beat me bloodily for these undeniable truths. I could go into a lot of other areas, and probably will in the future, but this is the gist of it. The gist is I want this fucker here to hit in an indisputable way. So we'll get into this. I know what he's going to say. And this is all the chibi stuff. Wait, what is this? Who the fuck is Matthew Conway? Okay. He's just complaining about people being mean to him on the internet. Get over it, Ralph. Okay. Anything else? Oh, okay. Oh, yeah, this. How could I forget this? I had this slotted up into the chibi thing, I think. Let me double check. I do. Okay, so I'll get to that when I get to that. Talk about Hambly, unfortunately. So Jeremy Hambly, of course, who is now the major flaggot, and everyone is beating the fuck out of him, and it's very funny. People have gone into the archives. They have literally downloaded every single video that Hambly has ever published, and they have captioned all of his videos, and they've taken the transcriptions and they put them into a giant repository. So now people get to search up everything he's ever said and to try and fuck with him. Quote erat demonstrandum. After Hassan Piker shocked his dog, people found this clip of Jeremy Hambly talking about the incident, which he had to prefix with some usual declarations. Unusual declarations, I should say.
Now, again, I have said in the past, and I will say again in this video, I don't have a problem with e-collars. I have 3 German Shepherds, and I have used them in training in the past. I use them when we are out in public around other dogs that they might decide look delicious. However, I was properly trained on how to use the e-collar. And for the most part, I think in the grand scheme of things, all 3 dogs combined have ever been shocked maybe twice. Ever. Maybe only once. I used the vibrate feature. That worked fine. There's one time where Huck got a little hungry and was going to munch up a smaller dog, and he got a little zap.
Okay, so
now again,
Hambly, people are very, very opinionated about this. Obviously, animals are a very sore point. The rules of the internet were back in the day: no kids, no animals. Talking about shocking your German Shepherds because you bought 6 of them and you're too fat and retarded to take care of them is definitely one way to inspire hatred and contempt, even from people who like you. And I think this is a follow-up. He has 2 other clips about his shock his dog scenario.
Right. Well, I can tell you this as somebody with prey-driven dogs. I was trained by a trainer on how to use an e-collar and did use it when he was young, and he wears it when we are out in public. I have also used a pinch collar because that's all that gets a 100-pound dog's attention. Now, when does he wear that collar? At class and when we're in public. That's it. He doesn't wear it at home. He doesn't wear it when we're playing. He doesn't play it when we're on a regular walk. He doesn't even wear it at doggy daycare.
Doggy daycare. How can he afford doggy daycare for 6 German? Why do you need doggy daycare for 6 German Shepherds when you just stay in your fucking basement all day? And this is him describing that he used these shock devices and other collars when they were puppies.
Source, I own 3 German Shepherds. I also had a Labrador before that. All 3 are trained reasonably well, I would say. They do sometimes do whatever they want, but they're 2, 3, and 4 years old. They're young puppies.
Sorry, I saw someone complain that the live chat is sub-only mode. That should not be happening. Give me 1 second, then I'll move on from this. Enable subscriber-only chat? Disable. No. I don't know if that's a misunderstanding, but I fixed that if that's the case. All right, so hypocrite art thou. He is using e-collars on his German Shepherds, which is not quite as egregious as what Hassan was doing, but it does make him look like a stupid asshole to people. Next, someone has done a breakdown on how Hambly's coffee operation is for sure 100% ran by Mill Creek Coffee. Mill Creek Coffee is a Salt Lake City roasters. They already know this, but they took inside photos of the building. They cross-compared it down. They found all the machines. And they actually found out, I think it was in this post, where they found out that Hambly, for his coffee brand coffee, had literally copied, like word for word off their website, how they described their coffee. And it was a direct match. So literally the whole shtick about how he owned a warehouse, he employed people, he had jobs on the line that people needed to buy his coffee because he was an all-American roasting company using a family recipe. It is completely, totally, demonstrably false. And he asked people to give him $100,000 to bail him out of consumer credit debt that he had incurred as a result of a production that did not exist. And me personally, I was fucking ripped off. I reviewed his coffee only because I actually believed him because he even posted pictures of the guys from Mill Creek Coffee wearing his shirt to advertise that he had employees and he had a real legitimate operation. And he's just completely full of fucking shit. I was scammed. I've been personally injured by this. I advertised this to my audience, and I said that it was a good coffee because I thought it was a good coffee. And apparently, I was taken advantage of, and it actually pisses me off. I don't like being lied to. Nobody likes being lied to their fucking face. Now I was lied to my fucking face. The flagging has continued. Mikey No More was flagged. Meme Copium's video about this was flagged. The Meme Copium video being taken down was especially egregious because it was flagged for sexual content, and the sexual content that was being flagged down was literally the videos that Jeremy Hambly posted on his own channel where he was sexually harassing people. And that was enough for a flag on somebody else's channel, even though it was Jeremy Hambly's behavior. Also, it was discovered by somebody that part of the reason why Jeremy's views are going up is that he's buying ad space. If you run a YouTube channel, you've probably seen this feature on your dashboard, and you might be very curious who the fuck would ever do this. And then you would assume correctly that this is a feature for people who run YouTube channels for brands. So if you're Clorox Bleach and you want to advertise Clorox wipes, you can make a 3-minute long video about Clorox wipes and then pay money to put your video in front of people during the interstitials of other videos. Jeremy Hambly's channel is dying so badly that he is trying to recruit new audience members to actually watch his streams that he puts out for free and sells no product on by paying to put the entire 13-minute long video in front of other videos. So this is a video by Clownfish TV that has fewer than 15,000 views, and Jeremy Hambly has paid an unknown amount of money to inject an entire 13-minute long video as one of 2 sponsored advertisements for this other channel. And by the way, he has been showing off that he has high views. And aside from the fact that his views are almost all coming from shorts now, it appears that many of his views are actually coming from paid CPM. So he's losing money to get the views, which is not indicative of a healthy, successful channel. Let's see what this shit is. The Quartering says, I will be appearing on tonight's Yellow Flash Guy show. Make sure you tune in. This is finally the time where I get epically owned. That is my thing. I say epically owned. I have never heard somebody else say epically owned like this. That is my thing. I feel like I'm being fucking stolen, okay? It's time for me to be taken to task by an ultra smart guy, and so why not let it be on his show? I know copyright. That's my fucking patent you're infringing on, bro. I'm taking you to patent court. And then he says, just big brain, super moral, godlike Yellow Flash versus me. I can't wait. I am super nervous, though, because he's likely to destroy me. But, well, a 1v1 is only fair. Then he posted a picture of Yellow Flash that has been alleged to be Yellow Flash. It was not reposted on the forum, so I can't show it to you. I'm not showing it out of, like, respect or whatever. It's not on the forum as far as I could tell. So this was squared up to happen. And now there is some confusion to me. When this happened, I actually posted to Yellow Flash because he announced it. And I said, like, are you sure you want to do this? Like, Hambly is a fucking weasel. There's clips of him talking to Jim and to Keemstar. And when he gets on stream, you know, he's not entertaining. He's like deferential and passive aggressive, and he's not going to be taken to task. And really, this was my thought. This might sound kind of cringe, but I'm a big fan of like true crime, and I watch all those like police interrogation channels. And I'm also a big fan of like serial killer shows. Like I watch this series called Mindhunters right now, which is about serial killer criminal pathology shit. And it's a dramatization, but that's what it's about. So I'm thinking like Jeremy is a liar and he's having to lie constantly. And from a criminal perspective, lying is a mentally taxing task. If you have to maintain lies, it is stressful. It's exerting. You have to keep your story straight. It's stressful to keep your story straight. And when you see a police interrogation and a person who's guilty and caught starts lying, they actually shut them down immediately because it gives them, according to forensic pathologists, right, it gives them relief to lie and to be allowed to lie. So my thought was, talking to him is a bad idea because we already know he's a fucking loser. We already know he's a liar. We already know he's guilty or very directly, like not even, like he's fucking guilty of doing this. It's just not like, it's not plausible that somebody else did this so close to when he said that he was going to do it in the exact way he said he was going to do it. And so giving him an opportunity to go in front of people and to lie is only going to mentally relieve him. It's going to give him an outlet. It's going to give him an opportunity to explain himself. And so when I saw this, I said, you know what? I'm not a favor of talking to him because so far this wall of ignoring him and not giving him a platform and not giving him a chance to lie and to express himself and to relieve himself in that way has been working. He's crashing out constantly. It's very embarrassing for him. He's losing friends left and right. His channel's in the shitter, and I feel like it's better just to not talk to him. As a consequence, that talk did not happen. And I don't know, I say as a consequence, I actually don't know if it was a consequence of my objection or his public sentiment or if he just reconsidered or if Hambly backed out. Because I saw tweets from Hambly saying that he wasn't, that Yellow Flash had backed out and not him. So it's much funnier to say that Hambly backed out because then he has to cope and seethe about it. And that's what I'm going to say. I'm going to say that there's no way that Yellow Flash just read what I said and said, you know what, that's a good idea. Hambly is a pussy, and he honestly is too much of a bitch-made loser fag to ever get up on there and correct the record in real time. So he chickened out. That's what happened. He ran. And he's a pussy. I don't know if I said that, but he's a total chicken shit pussy, right? And that's what happened. And fuck him. He never showed up? For real? He didn't show up? That's funny. That's what happened. Canonically, that's what happened, I think. He just didn't show up. That's very embarrassing for him. So he walked. He didn't run. Okay. Yeah, he was busy. He was by the side of the river collecting boulders with his 6 German shepherds and shock collars. And then yeah, so everyone says that he fled or whatever. And then he says, I don't know why I have this on my screen, but someone says, I will dig up Dennis Hambley in West Bend, Wisconsin, and turn his bones into the grandest of all cuck chairs. Which is very funny. I don't know why this mental image of someone being turned into a chair is so humorous to me, chat, but it's especially humorous when it's a cuck chair, chat. Let's see. So Savvy at Madam Savvy says, so I hear a coffee brand is violating the law. I happen to be a big health enthusiast. My passive interest in the dumpster fire now has turned to full attention. And then the quartering says, oh my God, it's over for me. A bunch of terminally online retards don't understand the difference between coffee beans and normal FDA regulations. Coffee is exempt from the disclosures they are pretending I need to make. That said, I'm going to add them just for fun. Google, kids. So he's saying that a FDA regulation that artificial flavors must be described in packaging. If you ever look at like a food package in the US, you're almost always going to see, like if it says it's banana flavored, it actually has to clarify if it's being made from banana juice or banana fruit, or if it's using flavors that taste like a banana, but it's not actually a banana. And that's what it says when it says artificial flavors. This is a legal requirement that all food products must make a disclaimer if they're using artificial flavors. So if, for instance, you were selling, I don't know, strawberry flavored coffee as a coffee company, you actually have to clarify if your strawberry is the result of a natural or artificial flavor. If you're selling raspberry, you have to clarify if it's using beaver anus or natural raspberries. And my understanding is that coffee is a food product, so it makes sense that you would have to disclose for coffee as well, not just cereal or something. So this is a really, really great example of why you should never bluntly challenge the internet to fuck with you over and over again like Jeremy Hambley does. There's a whole lot of fucking with you out there that most people can't even sit down and dream of. Like if you were a normal person and you sold coffee on the side, you would never sit down and think, I bet you there's some obscure FDA regulation I didn't think applied to coffee that definitely applies to coffee that could get me to recall all of my coffee and then change the packaging at my own expense and then resell it at a loss. There's no way that could ever happen. But when you invite people to come fuck with you, you might get somebody like Savvy who may have some position in the FDA or may just be a contractor who's more familiar with FDA regulations, who might have had an issue like this with a customer if they work in law. There's a million different reasons why someone would get exposed to this kind of thought. And when you are blindly challenging the great unknown to fuck with you, you invite people like this who happen to have some adjacent experience with ways to fuck with people, either because it happened to them or their family or a customer, or they're involved in the agency and that's something they look for every day. Like, you don't know what kind of problems people can come up with for you until it happens. And then you're dealing with a problem you didn't have before. So that's why doing what Jeremy does and is a bad idea. Apparently this is his timeline. This was captured. This is like just the full freak out over the last hour. So the last hour, yet another channel who has endless videos epically owning me. Stop saying that. Has backed out of a one-on-one conversation. It's almost like they knew they were lying and are afraid to. This is what I read that made me think that Gillo Flash canceled. I offer 2 of these moral heroes a chance. They both ran. I'm done. Haha. Anytime they want me, I am ready. This has been my position for months. They hide behind. Look at how angry he is. This is why I say you shouldn't talk to him. Because look at how angry it is when he can't soothe himself by lying to people. He needs to lie to more people. When he's only getting 50 likes on a tweet, that's not enough lying. He needs to lie to thousands of people to feel better. They hide behind wanting to see my financial reports because they know they will get embarrassed. Anytime they are ready, I am here. I'm ready. This is the Yellow Flash. Come on, man. You've been totally destroying me for weeks. This should be an easy slam dunk. Plus, think of all the super chats you'll get. It's free money. Why does he hide? Manic tweeting about all sorts of retarded shit. I think he gets embarrassed that he's like freaking out like this. So he decides to retweet some other shit and then he starts seething again. So he just does it again and then has to like cope tweet about something else. Then he finds some kind of fucking video game or some shit. What the fuck is that? The fuck is that? Secrets of Haven? Collector's Booster? I've never even fucking heard of that. I don't know what the fuck that is. And then there's trail cameras, because I guess he needs cameras everywhere to protect him from the black F-150s rolling up to Ram Ranch to fuck cowboy butts. It's gotcha slop? Oh, it's Magic the Gathering. Ugh. Can you think of anything less attractive in the qualities of a man? Like when you think of like what men are and what they're supposed to do, can you think of anything less attractive than wasting money on toys and gotcha pulls from phone games? That's like the gayest shit. The most indulgent hobby of all time. It has no utility. Like even a guy who's obsessed with like cars and like redoing old cars and shit, at least when you're like reupholstering a car, you're learning something. And when you restore an old car, you're learning stuff and you can use that car to drive around. When you're buying old Pokemon cards to do pulls looking for a first edition Charizard, like you're just a cow being milked. It's so embarrassing and cringe. I think sucking dick is less gay than that shit. You can suck dick and be more of a man than... You can get fucked in the ass and be more of a man than somebody who's like, oh my god, I got a 14-star Umamamusa pull and my 10th gotcha got. It's like, oh my god, that's Umamamusa. It's a horse girl. It's a girl with a horse and she's got titties and her stars are very high, which means that she can gallop faster. Oh my god. Like, that's gayer than getting fucked in the ass. I'm just gonna say. He ran, that's 2-0 now against totally morally superior content creators. These people never want to engage because they know their lies will fall apart. Just another total victory. No point to engage with anyone else. They're all cowards. Can't wait for his cope cast. Snark Reddits and full-blown panic now that they can be unmasked. Actually, Sweaty, the word is doxing? Okay, send the link at Yellow Flash Guy. Lol, waited over an hour for a response. You know what? To be fair, I'll let him schedule it another day. Sorry, I thought you were done quartering. I thought you gave up on this already. Why are you begging for a link now? That way he can do it normal stream and can prepare. It's true, a lot of these people I considered friends, and I find it shocking. They won't stand behind the wild claims they've made. That's okay, I gave them a chance. I've got to record more slop. Well, that's a valid excuse. That checks out. That's his Boulder stream. Like, there's no way I could have been behind the flagging. I was too busy 14 hours in a row making slop videos for my YouTube shorts. Well, he has a point. He was busy that day making YouTube slop. Again, celebrating the fact that you can dox random Redditors in a defamation lawsuit. I said 1v1 coward. Yellow Flash Guy brought on at least 2 people to back him up. I totally get he might have had tonight's stream planned. So whenever he's ready for 1v1, I'm not going to debate 5 against 1. 1v1, the fact that he needs at least 2 people to back him up is pretty pathetic. He might have had all this planned, which I'm totally fine. I'm happy to schedule the moment he's ready. So he did back out. So the Yellow Flash Guy just had somebody else on his stream, and he's like, I'm not going to talk to you with somebody else on your stream. It just has to be me. It has to be all about me so I can lie with impunity. Nobody can ever tell you that I'm lying in real time. That's what I'm saying. It's fine. We can reschedule when he's ready for 1v1. I will make time. Oh my god, it's over for me. A bunch of terminally online retards don't understand. That's the last week that I read. So he's ready for a 1v1. He's tired of this 2v2 shit. When Adam Sellers, the bull, is fucking his wife, he respects the fact that he's taken her on 1v1 in front of an audience. And that's just what he wants in return. When he gets fucked, he wants to get fucked 1v1 in front of an audience. And they should respect that. That's the code that he lives by, chat. And he's replying again, hey, all coffee brand coffee customers, apparently on the new bags, people would like a disclosure specifically on flavoring. Not our actual customers, just terminally online psychos. Either way, no problem at all. We'll add it all on your future batches. Always happy to go above and beyond for you. Can you... Honestly, it would be less embarrassing just to type like, hey guys, I'm seething. I'm completely felted. I'm rectally ravaged. I'm actually super fucking pissed and I'm barely holding my shit together. Like, that would be a less embarrassing way to write this message. The FDA is anal. I'm under attack from the Radical Food and Drug Administration. Okay, let me round this out, the Hamley segment. So he takes a moment, all right, and he goes, Dory May, Ave Ray, Dory May. Okay, you got the Georgian chant coming on. He says, I want to thank God for giving me the strength these past 2 weeks. And I want to thank Melanie Mack and Charlie Kirk for inspiring me to find him again. I also want to thank all my viewers for being so amazing and kind. I am so blessed, and I don't say it enough. Dory May. How dare you? How dare you stand where St. Charlie Kirk stood and co-sign your fucking shenanigans with Charlie Kirk? Don't bring Charlie, he's fucking dead. Someone shot him in the neck with a big ass bullet, okay? And you're like, thank you, Charlie. I'm just imagining like the specter of Charlie, like I don't co-sign this shit. Fuck off. St. Floyd and St. Kirk are smiling, that's right. You should be thanking St. Kirk. Isn't he close to Minneapolis? I don't know. I don't know the Midwest. Don't tell me that. Someone translated this. This might be more accurate. This is a fictitious tweet, but I think this might be more accurate to his intentions. I want to thank Booze for giving me strength these past 2 weeks, and I want to thank YouTube support and my wife Skybull for inspiring me to find it again. I also want to thank all my viewers for being so amazing and kind. I am so blessed, and I don't say it enough. That might be more accurate there. I don't know. I'll leave that up to your interpretation. And then recently, Andy Worski has announced that, quartering alert, he apparently has deleted his entire Discord. So people were reporting on stuff happening in his Discord, and I think he's either locked it down super hard or he's just outright deleted it to try and squelch the leaks. But it's not looking good for poor Hambone. He's coping. He's seething. He might possibly be dilating. We can only speculate, Jim. All right. And for this next segment, I am going to need help. And you might think maybe I need help from the news ham. But actually, I need help from the sad, lonely faggot. Okay. He's going to be helping me with this next segment here. Because we will be talking about ChibiReviews, unfortunately. I kind of want to start off by just kind of recapping what's happening. Because it's just so bizarre to me. And it's so bizarre that it falls outside the realm of my understanding. And I have to actually kind of sit down and think, what is this? What am I looking at? Which is not an experience that I have very often, okay? Because I've seen a lot of stuff. And I've dealt with a lot of stuff. And I've never quite dealt with anything like this. So let me give you a background. ChibiReviews has never been on my radar. If you remember, if you're a longtime listener, you would know, I can barely tell him apart from other people. There's another person named Chibi Adam White. And I swear to God, even as this is happening, I had a tab lined up that I only pulled out last second because Adam White Chibi was streaming. And at some point he stood up and bent over and showed his entire ass on camera. And I thought, God, what a fucking slob. And I queued that up. And it was only after the fact I noticed that tab had a different name than the other ones. And it occurred to me, oh, that's a different Chibi. This is not ChibiReviews. This is Adam White Chibi. So, like that, even into this, I barely have a mental image of who this fucking guy is. But despite that, and despite having 0% of my brain power dedicated to him, ChibiReviews, aka Jacob Siebers, I think that's how you pronounce that in German, but it probably says Cybers. Jacob Cybers is a lolicon, and he reviews anime and manga to an audience of extremely mentally handicapped people for a living. And I believe he even lives with his parents. I'm not sure, but he's like 34, 35. And he is the most autistic fucking loser ever. And it's actually remarkable anybody would ever want to sit here and listen to what he has to say. And out of nowhere, in response to Soy Jack Party fucking with him and sending him a video of an AI generated video of his brother's gravesite being dug up and his bones turned into a chair. He has used this as his casus belli to go completely apeshit at the Kiwi farms for multiple weeks now. And this isn't super unusual. You have absolute nobodies like Ethan Ralph and Ricada seething about the Kiwi farms all the time. And I usually just ignore it because it's like what they're trying to do is get attention. I actually don't know what Chibi's actually trying to do. What he's actually doing is grifting from his audience. But if he's trying to shut down the forum because he's actually afraid of it, or if he's just retarded, I don't know. I don't have a frame of reference. The closest person to this is Keffels, who was a drug addict trying to get a bunch of money. And a lot of what he's doing is one-to-one a parallel to Keffels. But it's weird because he's an anime free speech person, whereas Keffels was a deranged tranny who liked to groom little boys in the Catboy Ranch. So it's not quite Keffels, but it's so hard. It's like convergent evolution. That's the best way to describe this. It is something that walks and talks like Keffels, but it is genetically completely distinct from Keffels in the same way that there's a bunch of different animals that look like crabs, but are completely genetically distinct from crabs. We have a Keffels that has no relation to Keffels, and it's very perplexing from the outside perspective, which is mine, despite being the target of this, okay? So, that's my prelude to this, is that I don't know this guy, and his absolute contempt for me is very strange because I would prefer not to know him. But he has decided that I am his crusade target, and he's going to be the one that brings down the Kiwi farms. And my only guess as to why this is, assuming he's not actually so retarded to believe that the Kiwi farms is turning his brother into a bone chair because we reacted to a video posted by the Soy Jack Party on a different website, is that he is trying to defend VTubers. Because we make fun of a lot of VTubers, and in the VTubing community, they fucking despise us completely and totally. And that's the closest thing I can come up with as an explanation, is that there's a lot of lolicon VTubers like Shondo, who are the subject of ridicule, and he is simping for them, and this is a manifestation of his simping. That is the best guess that I have. So, let's start this with a little bit of familiarity. We have our boy Ethan Ralph. This was the tweet I was going to read, and I cut off before. Hot takes and hots? I don't know what the fuck that means. Hot sack enjoyer says, the fact is that only content creators that sweep for Kiwi farms do it out of fear of getting their own thread, as Josh and KF users like to say. It's not genuine and free website. Josh strong arms people into focusing on the cows he chooses. Ralph backs this up and says, he runs it like the mob. You break it the same way they broke and greatly diminish the actual mob. Snitches, sunlight, follow the money, associations, lay out a board like they do on the wire, Lamau. Not even joking. Names, links, ranks, etc. Well, I can help you with that. There's me. Hardin's my attorney. We have less than 12 daily active volunteers that moderate over 10,000 posts per day. And then everybody else is just a user of the site. And I receive money through cryptos and checks and money and USPS money orders for badges. That's your hierarchy there. The idea, and this is why I said in reply to this on the forum, the idea that I have to convince people to make fun of Ethan Ralph is one of the most absurd things I've ever heard in my entire life. And if you remember correctly, I was actually one of the last people to get on the making fun of Ethan Ralph train, to the point where a lot of people were calling me a gunt guard because I was trying to stay hands off of it. just kind of out of respect for him, because I liked his show back in the day, believe it or not. So that's a weird retelling of history. I never had to convince people to make fun of Ralph. In fact, it was other people trying to convince me to make fun of Ralph, the other way around. So I can't tell. Ralph is such a strange person because he gets drunk and he basically tells me that he loves me and thinks about me in a homosexual way and compares me to ham and cheese, which is one of the most erotic things I've ever heard. It's just a very strange relationship. And then he flip-flops and says that I'm the devil himself and I've conspired to ruin him. So I just don't know what the fuck is up with this guy. And I just have to attribute this all to brain damage, okay? So stop giving Ralph attention. Okay, Simulligan. There is a new rule for you in particular. If you ever say in my chat again, stop covering sector drama, I am muting you for that stream. Every single stream, I cover something sector adjacent. And every single stream, you specifically cry the entire fucking time. I do a variety show. I talk about everything, and I'm sick to fucking death of seeing you bitch about the same fucking thing. Just stop watching, bro. What the fuck do you get out of this? I can't mention one tweet before. I'm moving on to Chibi already. And it's like, just let me read the fucking tweet and get on with it. Just shut the fuck up. Jesus. Anyways. So this is him pretending not to know what the Soy Jack Party is. And this is 1-to-1 with Keffels. I'll compare that to Keffels.
Thread or like a forum, not 4chan, but something else. I think it was called like Snarky, Snappy, whatever it's called.
Niggas Coley though. Thompson got the Jenny though. Got the Jackie though. Jenny is a tranny though.
Okay. So he's pretending that he doesn't know what the fuck the Soy Jack Party is. And this is, if you don't remember, like 1-to-1 with what Keffels was doing. Because Keffels also pretended that he doesn't know what the doxman was. Sorry, that's what I was thinking of. The doxman. Because doxman was the one that actually doxed him. And he pretended that he had no idea what doxman was. And he just blamed it on the Kiwi farms. And so you have this guy doing the exact same fucking thing where he's pretending that he doesn't know what Soy Jack Party is, because that's the actual party responsible for doing the thing that he's upset about. So that's what I mean. It's like, this is the Crab Person 2 exhibiting the exact same symptoms of Crab Person 1. And then we have H1B's Nuts responding to his latest screed. Okay. Cyber terrorism, plain and simple. Chibi says, since rumors are spreading while law enforcement is involved, the short summary is that Kiwi Farms was trying to pay a teen $200 to come to my house to get shot or get me shot. A person independently decided that they would go to Chibi's house. Chibi's response to this was to immediately threaten to shoot them, exactly like Boogie 29888 did. And obviously, that is an incorrect response. When someone is threatening to come to your house online, unless you want to make it a internet mission for random people to come to your house like Frank Castle, the correct response is to simply not do that, to not respond. But he made it a game. And it has nothing to do with the Kiwi Farms, but for some reason he's like insisting this. And again, this is like where I can't tell, is this guy retarded or is he deliberately doing this? These are not humans. These are demonic super predators. That's like the Hillary Clinton thing. Calling black people, calling my niggas, calling them super predators who are willing to kill people without any remorse. As if there's a fucking stack of bodies that we piled high. Soy Jack are a bunch of super predators, no conscience, no empathy, and someone must bring those animals to heel. That's someone being ChibiReviews, apparently, who thinks it's the snacky, snarpy party. We need to go on the offensive against the people attacking Chibi. They fit into the definition of super predators, and we must bring those animals to heel. This guy, this is the face of fucking death right here. That fucking gay shit in his avatar. So then Chibi posted hard, concrete evidence that he lives in constant fear. This letter was sent to him in the mail. It says, you fucked up bad. You fucked up aligning yourself with Van Dragon, Pedro Garcia, and Mr. Anime 343. Oh, that guy, of all people. who were never exposed for pedophilia. You fucked up having CSIM on DeviantArt. He did have weird shit on his DeviantArt. I didn't dig into that yet. You fucked up trying to take down my first video on you. You fucked up playing a part in suspending my Xenokonosuke account. I'll get it back, LOL. You fucked up scamming your fan base, and you fucked up making an enemy out of me. Now I want to make sure I strip everything away from you. I took down your Twitter once, so I'm doing it. So doing it again isn't going to be hard. But since you want to try and depth forward people who expose you, I'm aiming for your YouTube as well. You're a fucking pedophile and you deserve all this, Jacob. Shouldn't have made an enemy out of me. So I don't know. This, again, has no actual physical threat to it whatsoever. But Chibi actually went out of his way to include an address here. And I'm going to make it clear that the address on this that I'm showing is not the address of the person who wrote this mail. The return address that he deliberately exposed is someone called Layla Reyes, who is a transgender person and who is the actual fan of Chibi. So Chibi, this is also part of, like, maybe he's just a fucking retard because he thought he would epically own a Kiwi Farms user by including this return address, but he actually doxed one of his own transgender fans who is known to the forum and to the Soyjack party. So all you have to do is search that name. I'm pretty sure, like, if I go to search and I type in Layla Reyes, do I get an answer? Maybe it's just a connection issue or something. What if I search it? No? Oh, there's a security error. That's why it didn't show up. Yeah, it shows up right away when you're logged in and you refresh the page. So you could have just searched this and found out this is probably not the person who actually sent the letter, but he deliberately tries to expose this. And then everybody in the replies pointed out that he exposed the return address and said that they were going to go fuck with him, which caused the person who was involved to point out that that wasn't actually them. So a profoundly retarded thing to do. And by the way, I don't think he's actually taken this down yet. Am I going to get to see this? Yeah, no. So he posted this on April 26th. It was pointed out to him that this address does not belong to a forum user. And the person whose address this is actually reached out and said, that's me, and I didn't send this. And he's kept it up. So I don't know what the fuck this is. I've never seen this kind of behavior, ever. You know what I mean? I've never seen this. This is him, by the way. This is Mr. Layla Reyes, a.k.a. Sunwitch VTuber. He's a fat Mexican who dresses up like a little girl for his VTuber thing. I don't get it. Sprite points this out. Harmful Opinions did a whole video about it and directly addressed ChibiReviews in this, and he still didn't take it down. And then his fan base is responding to this, saying that the people on the replies to the tweet are bringing up the street address of this person who is not the sender, who is a fan of ChibiReviews, and despite this, Chibi keeps it up. And I know he has it's not like he has a motto of never deleting a tweet ever, because I can prove that he doesn't based off what happens in the future. Okay, then they're so bad at doxing, by the way, that they find a counselor and psychotherapy center worker who is a real woman in Portland State University and are going after her. So it's like they didn't even find the right fake person that whoever sent this letter sent this to. They instead found some random woman from Portland. And by the way, okay, this says Elmer, Louisiana. So how you can be so fucking dumb to think that somebody working at Portland State University, approximately 3,000 fucking miles away, could possibly be responsible, the same fucking person, is just like mind-blowing levels of stupidity. But when you're talking about pedophiles, you're talking about people with very low IQs, and that kind of mistake is just second nature to them. Unfortunately, the war escalated. I received my own threatening letter in very threatening handwriting saying, "Lowlie is unstoppable. Watch yourself, hashtag Chibi Army. Please pray for me, chat. It's getting quite serious out here. I'm in fear for my life. I'm being harassed." Okay. So, his main attack on me is to do exactly what everybody else has ever done ever. And that is try to bring up block then forum posts from literally 18 years ago to try and make me out as some kind of super predator, as they like to say. In particular, they love to reblog this guy called Within Kiwi Farms Blog, which, if you don't know, is a guy named Psychic Espion. And he is one of, as I mentioned, he was like one of those Christian fail trolls. He was very upset with me. I actually don't know why, because I don't remember ever having an issue with him when we were in the Christian Discord, like in 2018. And then at some point, he got involved with Liz Fong Jones during Drop Kiwi Farms, and he has never let go of that. And I think his entire existence is just trying to recapture the almost clout he got from being involved with Christian and the almost clout he got involved with being involved with Liz Fong Jones. So he went from trying to suck attention off of a person who raped his mother to a tranny who was accused of rape to ChibiReviews, who is an open lolicon who posts lolicon on his main timeline every day. And that's just like his life. It's very bizarre. He is completely obsessed with trying to take down the site. But Chibi says, being told the Kiwi Farmers thread got locked by site owner Josh. Wonder why. Could it be covering up of assassination attempts? The threatening letter in the mail? The dead kid D&B? That's dead neighbor baby, if you don't know. The dead neighbor baby spam, which is another Soy Jack party thing. We would not allow D&B spam on the Kiwi Farms. The fact Josh is a low-lycon Shoda-con with evidence spreading around? It was locked, and I can fucking prove this. Oh, I can't on this account. But it was locked by useful mistake because it was being derailed. And when he has to do a cleanup in a thread, he'll lock it. And it was locked for fewer than like 30 minutes. So that's just kind of bullshit. Then he goes through and says, important news. And this is him retweeting COG. It's such a bizarre thing because it's Ethan Ralph, Nick Ricada, COG, and then Psychic Espion are teaming up with ChibiReviews to finally end the Kiwi Farms. So COG says it should be a dark but gold show today. Josh Moon literally caught lying about the 15-year-old called Clara that he loved as an 18-year-old. Clara is the Boar girl. Clara is less than 2 years younger than I am. And anyone claiming otherwise is just fucking lying. We were always within like a legitimate age range of each other because people age collectively. But when people review this shit, they look at drama from like when I was 19 and people were trying to fuck with me on the forum and comparing it to when it started, which was at the time years old. And they always deliberately do this. I remember Zoom, every time he talked about this, I was a year older and she was a year younger. Like at the start, he got it right. And then it was like I was 19, she was 15. Then I was 20 and she was 14. And I literally fucking said that I was 24 and she was 12. And it's like, no, her birthday is less than 2 years closer to mine. But he takes this at face value because he's just trying to smear me and says this thread is about the site owner of Kiwi Farms, the same guy that is labeling me as a pedo for fictional content. What are you hiding, Josh? Please address this, which I did. I replied to this and I said, we're 2 years apart. There was nothing below board there. Nothing happened. But we'll get into the pedo shit later. He then he has made so many tweets just saying the same shit over and over again. But this one says, extremely important that I address this. Kiwi Farms owner Josh Moon was talking to a kid that was between the ages of 14 to 15 while he was 18. Within this thread that revealed he is Iban, also known as Null, and Kiwi Farms had a romantic, affectionate feelings for her. He was apparently blocked by her around this time and felt immense loss. Within these revealings exchanged from Josh Moon, he felt a kid was very attractive. Allegedly from these conversations, Josh would continuously mention Romeo and Juliet laws that would allow adult to marry a kid. Later it was revealed Josh was a Shoda-con and Loli-con with comments he made on Kiwi Farms about Terra and MMORPG, commenting on the model of the low-lie race character. Years later, he has recently crashed out about pragmata and fictional content, quickly labeling a PDF over fictional content. So the post about Terra he's referring to is literally a shit post from a shit posting board where, if you don't know, there's a MMORPG called Terra, and they had a race of characters called the Ellen. Terra is a South Korean game, if I remember correctly, and the Ellen are basically just lollies. There's no depth to it. It's just the lolly race. And when they ported this over to the United States and to Western Europe, they had to censor it because the purchasable cosmetics for the Terra included like skimpy bikinis and like leather BDSM shit. And it was very revealing clothes on child characters, effectively. So when they ported it over, they had to make those outfits less revealing to the American consumer. And in the Gamergate board, so this is like 2016, it was a shitposting board where you pretend to be a part of Gamergate. So I posted the Ellen, and I said, remember when they censored the Lowlie in Terra? And this was taken completely out of context to say that I was complaining about this when it was a shitposting board. Like, that is the fucking desperate reach. They have gone through, literally, like him and his followers, and I'll show you this, have gone through 20 years of internet content to try and find anything to hammer me with. And it's just fucking baffling. As far as talking to somebody who was 14 when I was 18, that never happened. I don't know what the fuck he's talking about. And there's a nice picture of me smiling. Let's see. This is the best post, and unfortunately, I'll follow this up, but he says, TikTok, Josh. The entire world is seeing you for what you are right now. Hypocritical and a freak that talked with kids. You admitted it yourself. Show how desperately you want to project onto me. And then I said, TikTok, nigger, suicide is literally in your bloodline. Because it is. Because his brother killed himself. Now, if he killed himself because of some kind of chronic depression that runs in the family that might also affect other people like Chibi, or if he killed himself because he was a pedophile like Chibi, or if he killed himself because he's blood related to a pedophile like Chibi and he just couldn't stand it. I don't know why his brother killed himself, or why Jacob Zebers is projecting this onto me. But between the two of us, only one of us has suicide running in the family, and that'd be his. So the TikTok, if it applies to anybody, and I certainly hope it doesn't, because suicide is very serious, and I would never, ever say that Jacob Zebers should kill himself because of his pedophilia. But if there is a ticking clock, my point is, it doesn't tick for me. By the way, I'll skip this ahead, because where is this now? Let's see if I can find it real quick. Oh, spoiler alert for what's happening in the future. Did I cue this up correctly? There is, just today, he was interacting on Twitter with a Japanese account that posts porn. And the Japanese account in the description says that they're 17. Now, it's on Twitter, so the bio is automatically translated to English. And despite knowing that this is an underage person, and despite it being in their bio in English that he could read, and despite being a 35-year-old man, Adam Zybers is interacting pornographically with a Japanese child, a minor of 17 years old. Which is a bit of a weird thing to do when you're in the middle of this. But he is so goon-brained. If you actually look at his timeline, which I would not suggest, it's nothing but half porn, half Josh Moon bad, Kiwi Farms bad. Over and over again. So he's literally like so porn sick that he can't even stop himself from actively talking to 17-year-old Japanese minors while complaining about shit from Blockland and lying about it. You don't think you've interacted with somebody under 30 in years? Dude, tell me about it. I'll never understand guys that are like 45 and they want to date like 18-year-olds. Like, have you met somebody who's like 21? Do you know how fucking stupid they are? I can't imagine a worse fate than being in a relationship with somebody who's 21 and having to put up with that shit. The generational difference is fucking insufferable. Zogger Unchained asks, when will you be talking about Joshua Moon? ChibiReview says he isn't going to talk about that. Chibi is happy at the thought of Josh setting a group after him and engagement for more views. Okay, so this is him basically admitting that he's just doing it for attention, which is, again, I would normally take that at face value and be like, oh yeah, this is for attention. But the weird thing is that he, again, is so retarded and acts in such a way to undermine himself that it's hard to accept that as a face value, because it sounds like a cope, is what I'm trying to say. It sounds like a cope that ordinarily I would love to believe, but in this context, I actually think he's just retarded.
When will you be talking about... I'm not going to be talking about that at all. I'm not. I've already said my piece online. No point. There's really no point. I mean, look. If he wants to send a group after me, and he wants to engage with me, give me more views, wants to give me more like money and pay my bills, go for it. I've already showcased like how much money I've made just on Twitter alone, because they can't block and mute me. If you want to pay for me to have an entirely new home, go for it. Continue to engage with me. It's fine. I mean, go for it. I mean, money's money. I mean, hell, that's just how it is.
So
TV is my number one news. I am not number one.
the likelihood that anybody who listens to me would be able to tolerate for even a second this fucking freak and what he does and says is 0%. There is zero audience overlap between us. And that's why it's just sort of like, what the fuck are you talking about?
Oh, no. Lowland 10 right. No. Let me explain. I am not giving up on the channel. Okay. Let me clarify in case there's a misunderstanding. Full disclosure. I'm basically moving. Police they're scrubbing my records, basically where I can't be filed and all that. I'm moving, and I'm going to continue streaming and doing whatever, continue making content, but basically just in a new place. So I'll be safe, everything will be fine, completely protected and all that, and once again, all the money you guys have sent me is helping to be able to do that and speed that up. So I'm just being completely blunt, so thank you.
Okay, so he's saying in some states, if you are the victim of like harassment based off of public information, there are some state laws where you can ask for a police record that by their state laws you can show to things like white pages and say, look, I'm being harassed and your website's being used to facilitate that. Take me off your records. So that's what he's referring to. He's saying that he's moving and he's going to continue doing what he's doing. He's going to continue masturbating to drawings of children. He's going to continue to interact with 17-year-olds on Twitter in a pornographic way. And he's going to continue to do that very proudly. The Tennessee police are very willing to help him do that. And nothing is changing except his house, which is being paid for by GoFundMe. I'll explain in a second.
Wow, 335 are watching the stream. It is crazy. Like, I'm actually shocked with how many people are watching the stream right now. It is not something I expected. I legit didn't even expect to break over like 50 people. I'm gonna be honest. Like, Blue Turtle, I don't really stream, but to be honest, I gotta stream right now. I do. The reason why I gotta stream, full transparency. I've already said it a few times, but full transparency with all of you guys. I'm saving up money right now to be able to move and do everything, like just to get out. And it's in the process, anything helps, and streaming does help with that. It does give good ads and stuff on videos. It does. Not even gonna lie. I'm gonna keep it real with you guys. And it does. That's one of the big reasons. And I do need to.
Just keeping it real. I'm here to financially harvest you like fucking cattle. I'm here to make money off your dumbasses. I'm gonna say whatever it takes to get that fucking guap cheddar.
Stream more to be able to do that. I know there's a lot of YouTubers and content creators that just will lie to you and say, guys, I stream just to stream for the fun of it. And I do stream for fun. Okay, I'm not saying I don't. But I do need to stream more to be able to get more ad revenue. That is the truth. Not gonna lie. Well, you guys need the honesty. I respect you as people. I think that me lying to you is very disrespectful, and that is, yeah, there you go. If you don't like me for that, it's fine. But I feel like anyone with a common sense will understand.
What he likes to do in his streams and his videos is this weird boogie-esque love bombing, where he gushes endlessly about how thankful he is for everybody, how much he loves them. I played that one clip where he was talking last week, and he prefixed it with no less than 3 minutes of just glazing the audience, just heaping it on the love bomb. And it's quite profound because of something that's queued up. I'm not sure exactly where, but we'll get to it. So he opened a GoFundMe in a move that was shocking in the same way that it wasn't shocking. It was the most obvious thing to happen in the world, which is why it was surprising to me that you would do something so obvious. And again, this is part of the crab. It's like we have a Keffels doing the, my house is under attack from the radical Kiwi farms. And then he makes a GoFundMe asking for people to facilitate his move from some ambiguous danger that he vaguely attributes to the Kiwi farms that may or may not exist at all. And much like Keffels, people are willing to throw money at it because they're retarded. He shows that there were police at his house. And by the way, if you're from Tennessee and you don't mind, get into contact with me. I am going to submit a FOIA request, but to submit a FOIA request in Tennessee, you have to be a resident of Tennessee. So I'm going to actually FOIA for any events that have happened at his house to see if he's actually lying about getting swatted or what the nature of these things are, because I'm curious, because he is accusing me of facilitating them. But to FOIA, I have to have a resident, and you have to be aware that if I submit a FOIA or you submit a FOIA for me, there is a likelihood that they can FOIA that FOIA, which means they would probably get your information. But if you're willing to do that, go ahead and reach out to me. Just be aware that you might get a bunch of insane pedophiles threatening you in the mail or whatever as a consequence. But I would love to know for sure what's actually transpiring, because he posted these pictures and was like, help, I'm under attack from the radical Kiwi farms. Of course, just blaming it on us without any evidence for that. Obviously, this would be condemned by anybody on the forum, and people advocating for that would be banned. But he's complaining about it. He says, dude, those cops are looking kind of dumb bow. They should have flagged your house already at this point. He says, to clarify, they have to appear regardless of flag. However, fake calls like this is a federal crime that is instantly investigated by agents, referring to the FBI. Thankfully, I have enough evidence to prove which group is doing this. Evidence such as the bone chair, meaning immediately that it's Kiwi Farms. He then says, the thing about Josh is he has oppositional defiance disorder, and he would rather get dragged into another pointless legal battle than apologize and stop fucking with someone. See, this is someone who obviously knows me, and it is profoundly depressing to me that anybody who has ever watched me could be this fucking retarded. To number one, be jerking off to lolicon shit. Number two, to be supporting Chibi. But then number three, to actually think that the Kiwi Farms would in any way facilitate EMS abuse at somebody's house. How fucking retarded are you? Yeah, apologize for something I didn't do. I didn't facilitate. I don't approve of in any way. What am I apologizing for? I haven't done anything. I'm not going to stop calling you a pedophile, though, because you go online and you say that you jerk off to kids. That's your fucking fault. If you don't want people to think you're a pedophile, don't openly talk about jerking off to kids. He then published the GoFundMe. I mentioned, unfortunately, in my ideal... Okay, so one of the things he tried to epically own me on was stuff about my involvement with image boards, which, if you don't know, I've had 3 different involvements with image boards. The first was 8chan, which... if you somehow don't know about 8chan, 8chan had an active pedophile audience. This was tolerated by Frederick Brennan, and I was a global moderator on 8chan for less than a couple months. The decision to run these boards had nothing to do with me. I had no say in it, and I actually questioned Frederick why he tolerated it. And his stance was basically that it's libertarianism. But they were pedophile boards. They were specifically for pedophiles, and they posted models of little girls, like in leotards or whatever, and they just openly talked about being attracted to kids, which was a catastrophically bad decision for 8chan. It was the worst optics ever. It had no benefit to the site, and you might think that if Frederick tolerating these people made them appreciate him. There is no appreciation from a pedophile. Pedophiles are dumb and they're sadistic. They're not sorry for who they are. They're unrepentant and they're evil. And it sounds obvious to say that, but they're actually evil in the way where they don't have normal human emotions. And they did not appreciate Frederick. And they actually continually pushed against his one rule was that you can't post naked kids, even if it was non-sexual, because of the DOS standard. And they always argued that naked kids was not a part of the DOS standard because of a Supreme Court precedent about child nudity in non-sexual context. And to protest this, they would spam child porn because they were angry he wasn't going far enough. And they never appreciated the fucking guy. And so when I parted with 8chan, I learned from this, and I had a rule with my image board 16chan that I hosted briefly, that if you were going to have any kind of pedophile discussion, it had to be text only. And this image board only lasted for a couple months because it was mostly a development board anyways. Nothing happened on 16chan. It barely existed, and it went away. But I've always been held to this fire that I permitted pedophiles on an image board, and was just that was more restrictive than what the precedent was at the time. Years later, when I hosted 9chan in 2020, I tried to reboot 8chan because I lamented the death of 8chan and the good parts of it and the fun that was had on 8chan. So during COVID, I started up 9chan to try and revive that. And immediately out the gate, I took an even more restrictive stance than what I had before and what 8chan had. And I said, Lolicon and Shotacon cannot be on any other board than boards specifically for that purpose. And it was for that reason that 8chan.mo's administrator, God, what the fuck is his name? He was the Jewish guy that ran V back in the day. The 8chan.mo guy that, now, he wasn't at the time, but he was the V owner. What was his name? Mark, that's it. So the guy that ran V on 8chan contacted me, and Mark Mann, that's right. And he had the option of going to 8chan.mo or to 9chan. And I wanted this. I wanted the V people to come over from 8chan to bootstrap this new community. 8chan was on its way out. There just wasn't an alternative yet for him. And we went over the rules. And the first rule was going to be that he would have to call his board video. And he explicitly said that if he was to come over, he has to get the one-letter board V, and that he gets total control over it, and I don't ever get to say anything about how it's ran. And his second and only other concern that he would not yield on was that V had to allow lolicon. Pornographic or non-pornographic, it had to allow lolicon. And I held my ground. I said, I'm not doing that. If we're going to have a video game board on the site, it has to be safe for work because it's a blue board and it's the default board, and you're going to have to play it my way, and it cannot have lolicon on it. And for that reason, he chose 8chan.mo, which is like just a lolicon site at this point in time, if it's even still around. I don't know. And the decision to corral, and this is very important if you understand anything about me, because people say he made posts defending lolicon as expression back in the day, as recently as 2019, I think it was, and then he changed overnight, and that has to be guilt or something. When I ran 9chan, I made this decision that lolicon had to be on this board only, and away from other public boards, not on V and not on B. When that happened, the administrator, the guy that actually set up the lolicon board, was so angry at this corralling of content because he wanted to expose people to lolicon and get them introduced to it. He was the one spamming child porn on the site. And I could see him through his IP switching from posting a lolicon dojin on the board and spamming B with child porn. It was the same guy. And I know it was the same guy because even though he was using Tor, the way that IPs work with Tor when you use HA proxy circuits is that the connection is given a fake IP address. And in a way, this fake IP address is even more identifying in terms of a surety that content from one person was posted by another person than an actual VPN IP, because a VPN IP can be shared by multiple people at the same time. A Tor circuit IP cannot be shared. So I knew it was the same person, the same people doing this. And that was like the wake up where it was like, because it killed my site. I really, really wanted this to work, and it killed it. And I just gave up on something that I had been trying to get working since like 2014 in various ways. They're working on 8chan. They're working on the software for 8chan. They're trying to reboot it to 16chan. Then the hiatus where I lamented the death of 8chan, and then tried to reboot it on 9chan. They killed it. They took it away from me. And it was like, I tried so fucking hard to tolerate something that I didn't fucking like. And I never got credit for it. And they hated me for it, for even trying to tolerate them. And they took it away from me. My ambitions of trying to make an anonymous free speech site. And they fucking killed it in the cradle twice. And it's like, that's why. I know what you are. Jacob Zebers. I know that you are an actual pedophile. And I know this because I know your group. And I know what they do, and I've seen it with my own two fucking eyes in a way that no other people have. And you can try and perform all this bullshit, but I know what you fucking are. And it disgusts me. And they constantly have to try and drag me into their pit. Like the end of The Mummy, where The Rock gets like pulled into like a pit of like clawing hands at the end. Like they try to do that to me. It's like, no, fuck you. And they try to make it so difficult to even talk about them, because if you talk about them, then thousands of them come out. Literally thousands of people at this point in time have tried to attack me on social media. And it's like, I don't fucking care. I have no reputation. Nobody gives a fuck about me. And honestly, that's lamenting. But it's like I have a permanently stunted limitation here that I'll never get over. And I just have to accept that as part of life. And there's nothing more you can do to me. And thankfully, and this is why I corrected myself, I made a tweet or something like responding to something he said, and it got like 20,000 likes. It got like 17,000 likes. I'm like, I'm so fucking grateful that 17,000 people believe me, because if I was left to like my own devices and nobody gave a shit about what anything I had to say, and I was just dealing with thousands of fucking lolly freaks like this attacking me, I would just be completely fucked. Like my life would be over. So I owe a lot to people who have put their trust in me, and I'm very grateful for it. And I'm very grateful that I have the platform and the capacity to stand tall against this kind of shit, because most people don't have that good fortune. If you're a normal person and you say something about lolicon freaks and Chibi says, oh my God, they're trying to censor us, then you just get doxxed, you get fired from your fucking job, they send you lolly porn, and they just fucking ruin it for you. So it is like bully tactics from the most demented freaks on the fucking planet. But he follows up his bullshit with this and says, I want to address this because it's a very dangerous situation. I've noticed it's been growing for the last few days. Kiwi Farms. Okay, so he posts the GoFundMe, right? And it meets its goal. It gets like $14,000. He says, Kiwi Farms is actively doxing people that are following me or comment on my posts on Twitter. When I mean doxing, they're even doxing family members as well, showcasing there's no bottom to the level they will go to commit crimes. So in case you're wondering what doxing looks like, it's this kind of shit where you're posting people's addresses and letting your fans find out where they live and post pictures of their house and stuff on social media. This is kind of like what doxing is if you didn't know. So he then says, they even start to go after those who have donated to me and investigating names left on there. If you do decide to donate, do not leave your actual name. They are trying to threaten people around me. Please be safe, everyone, and change your passwords. So on its face, obviously the kvetching that this is some grand Kiwi Farms conspiracy is fucking retarded. But, I mean, in practice, it's a good idea to tell people to mind their privacy. Remind people that privacy is hard to reserve, but easily lost, and they should be careful. If you're donating to somebody's big fund with public comments for thousands of dollars, and they're publicly on record saying they masturbate to drawings of little kids getting raped, it's not a good idea to give that person money in a way that's publicly attributable to you, because it is a matter of the public interest to know who's propping up somebody who lies about everything and who tries to defame people as orchestrating a harassment campaign against them, and wants to support somebody who openly talks about masturbating to children every day. So that kind of thing is a matter of public concern, and you should be advocating your fans in that instance, if you're Chibi, to not post their real names. When he posted this message, though, he lost several $1,000s. I want to say it was as high as $14,000 or more when I last looked at it. And then after he posted this thing warning people that they're getting doxxed because they're using their real name to donate to a pedophile, thousands of dollars of support disappeared. And after, this is honestly one of the craziest fucking things I've ever seen. After losing a couple $1,000s to people wanting to preserve their anonymity better, he deleted it. Where's the tweet? He deleted the message. So this tweet here, if I just go to Knitter, I think, he deleted it. He deleted the warning to his own fans about not wanting to use their real names on messages because it was costing him a little bit of money. And that's all that fucking shit he pulls about how much he loves his fans and they mean so much to him and he's so grateful for them and he's nothing without them. When it comes to paying forward a little bit of that respect in a meaningful, tangible way that affects his bottom line, he chickens out and yanks the fucking warning from public and just lets people eat shit. Oh, you got doxxed because you donated to me because I'm a fucking pedophile? Oh, well, too bad. Sucks to be you then, bitch. Wow. I can really feel the love, Chibi. You radiate your fucking warmth and exuberance overall around you. Your torch lights the way. A harmful call that's out and says, letting fans endanger themselves until you got the money you wanted and then warning them is... Oh, he didn't even post this until after the crowdfunding was over, by the way. After he got his money. And then he deleted it after people started yanking their donations. So he didn't even do this beforehand. He did it after the fact. He has to be doing this on purpose at this point. It's basically a trap. It is like... that's what I mean. It's like, on one hand, he seems to be the most deliberate, malicious retard on the other. But then on the other hand, he just seems to be flailing recklessly all the time. And it's like a weird combination of total incompetence and like deliberate malice. And I've never seen anything like it, especially from somebody who has such a dedicated fan base. I've never seen somebody with so many followers who actually give a shit about him and what he has to say. And are willing to go out and like harass people on fucking Twitter and give them thousands of... I've never seen that before. Someone so fucking stupid and so malicious at the exact same time with such an audience. So I actually tweeted this out to him. This was my last tweet on Twitter since going live. And he says, only after getting more than $10,000, ChibiReviews warns his supporters that donating to his masturbating to drawings of children fund under the real name is a bad idea. He then lost thousands of dollars to refunds and deleted his warning, I thought you loved them, Chibi. He actually responds to this and says, don't be dishonest. You are threatening innocent people to get at me because you're desperate, because it's the only thing you have left to target besides actually killing me. I deleted the tweet because your forum on my thread is actively doxing random people in support of me on YouTube and X. Even their innocent family has nothing to do with me. So let's just assume that this is true. All right, let's just give them the fucking bone, the premise of this argument. You're telling me that you deleted the warning to your fans about the active harassment because the active harassment exists? You deleted the warning about the thing because of the thing? Make that make sense, retard. It doesn't. Look, what a fucking own goal. Now that you posted this, you likely assumed I wouldn't respond because of the above statement. You are using mafia-like tactics to go after innocent people's family to spread fear of being swatted. You're actually allowing illegal behavior on your site, and you can get into a lot of trouble as someone that lives in the USA. If anyone is encouraging someone to swat, I beg of you. He's never done this, by the way. He has never contacted me through Twitter DMs. He has never sent me an email. He's never sent Matthew Harden an email. Show me the post. I'm actively deleting things that I feel might be interpreted as line crossing. Not necessarily content that I think is line crossing, but content which I think under the right lack of context or from the wrong perspective could theoretically, in a roundabout sense, be considered as line crossing. Someone posted a AI, for instance, someone posted an AI video of like a masked man making threats. And it was very clearly AI. And what he was saying was very clearly over the top, and nobody would ever take it seriously. But there is an argument to be made that AI is very convincing, and that somebody who isn't clued into this kind of sector might not understand the humor. So out of an abundance of caution, I removed a video that I otherwise would never remove because I could understand how it could be misconstrued as a certain way. So I'm actively going out, and I'm censoring the forum far beyond what I usually would, to try and make it clear to people that they should not entertain this shit by playing into it. And despite that, apparently it's done a good enough job. But if it isn't, I would love to know where it's going above and beyond public records, where it's going above and beyond public discussion, and maybe just fucking email me what the actual issue is, because he hasn't done it. And I feel like that hurts his argument. Like, are you trying to protect your audience by getting certain things taken care of, or are you just complaining on Twitter? And again, it's like, is this being a fucking retard and not knowing how to do anything like an adult, or is this grifting and just obvious swindling of your own audience? I can't tell. So I am waiting for my appeal. There are flaggots among us. Jeremy Hambley's not the only one. I got in trouble because I was flagged for advocating suicide. Now, I stand by this post. I think this is a great post. I don't think there's anything objectionable about this post at all. TikTok, suicide is literally in your bloodline. I'm just keeping it real. He's threatening me. He's calling me a pedophile. He's accusing me of grooming minors. And I just say, look, if we were to put a what is it? The Shinigami clocks? That's an anime reference for you. If we were to put the Shinigami lifespan clocks on our heads, right? I would guess mine has more time than yours. If we're doing the TikTok thing, I think my Shinigami clock has a little bit more time than yours. Now, I wager that based off the fact that you have a family predisposition to taking your own life. That's not me encouraging it. I would never encourage Chibi ever do anything to hurt himself. I'm just saying that in the world of natural order that we live in, I would bet against you. I would bet against you, is all I'm saying. So I'm waiting here. I haven't, do I have my appeal? I'll give it a day. If I don't get it done in a day, I guess I'll cancel it. But I'm sure the Jeets at Twitter are working very hard to make sure that my appeal is considered with the full respect that it deserves, chat. It's so fucking Okay, hopefully that'll cool shit down a bit. Okay, so this is the proof. This is the proof that he's actively coordinating a flagging campaign, just like Keffels. He's in a Telegram group. A Telegram group literally called Lowly X MILF Guild 2, saying it doesn't show him, but this is hentai at porn 2025 saying it doesn't show, but I got him banned. That was my report that got him banned. Namco fan says one of my reports from my spare account got him kicked out too. Yay, we got him. Akuro says someone low-key tried to flame me for liking lowlies when he was out of offensive shit to say to me. These people can't be real. ESL emojis. Also, hi. Chibi says good shit for getting him, and they thumbs him up for this. This is more from the MILF and Lolly Guild saying, Dingy Loves Girls got suspended. Chibi's harassers is shot down. Hentai Porn 2025 says, well, he's going to be soap dropping soon. I hope his booty hole hot safety. And Namco says, thank God. Thank God for banning people making fun of Chibi. He took down the feet pics. Shiny Evolution says, Cow Picker Konosuke needs to shut the fuck up, and we need to down his YouTube channel. Honestly, we know vigilantism is illegal, yet he is interfering the police investigation. These are like so low IQ and so ESL, it's actually embarrassing. Oh, I didn't even notice, by the way, that Shiny Evolution has the crying face emoji in his fucking name, because of course he does. It's better to mass report the antis. Anti, of course, being anti-pedophile. What if they get you back? They won't. We do it in secret. So he's actively saying we need to make sure that everything that we're doing is secret because otherwise we'll get into trouble. Oh, I forgot to mention this, by the way. I'll get to this in a second, actually. So Von Dragon is the one that leaked the lowly MILF Guild to Discord and saying, please keep messing with chat. He says, you got Chibi reviews on DMs. Yep, best friend. Me and Chibi hitting the gym. And that's the screenshot from the Lowline MILF Guild 2. Oh, this isn't a Telegram group. It's a Twitter DM group. That's strange. I didn't know that was a thing. Anya Sama says, yes. And Dragon of Fire says, I don't like lying on people. Wait. Say, Chibi, why are you hanging out with Van Dragon, who's admitted to stalking kids, sharing porn with them, and having them post porn in his Discord? So this is from 2022. Dragon of Fire says, I don't like lying on people. Anya Sama Uwu says, you are being called a pedophile, Vaughn, and you have minors posting porn. Dragon says, they got 3 foot. And Anya says, yet you allowed doxers in here, despite having minors in the server, something you got called out pods for, and they are posting porn and claim to be 16. Dude, come on. Are you trying to be called a pedophile? So Von Dragon also has an early porn introduction exposure fetish and is interested in making sure that his low-lie porn is shared with as many under 18s as possible. This is one of the people in here flagging while doing that. Oh, this is like a video of scrolling through all the messages. And then this person's complaining that Schlep is involved in the anti-Chibi thing, so it's very shameful that he has to take care of Schlepp's account. We want to block that Schlep to avoid drama. So don't report him because then he'll get angry. You have to block him. Conspiring. Making a low-lie defense video. He needs to stop talking about stuff when the antis watch his videos. They like the name of that site to ban next. Stop giving them ideas and keep the hentai sites' names hidden. Oh, so he's probably talking about shit. If I remember correctly, the Chibi blamed us for shutting down a different lolly site. I know that the lolicons typically blame us for shutting down all the Fallen, which, to the best of my knowledge, is still operating. And to the best of my knowledge, we had nothing to do with it shutting down ever. And I don't think that they even blamed us for the site shutting down in any way. But for some reason, they just say that we shut it down. There was another lolly site that was shut down that they also are blaming on us. And I have absolutely no fucking idea why that's happening. Just as a matter of fact. The censorship group, and then there's a black man pedophile posted. We got an anti, so he's saying that they got to shut down Sash, who I think has a Soyjack avatar, which if I remember correctly, there's a site called Soyjack Party, which he probably belongs to, but no, that must be the Kiwi Farms as well. You got to give credit to how fearless Chibi is. I have been reporting anyone who attacks him. of a big screed from Hentai Porn 2025. This anti-woke grifter who lost everything. And then there's Chibi. We got another cow picker. What's a cow picker? Is it like a cotton picker? What's this guy's name? Hitagi Senju Gahara. Gift to Shiny Evolution crying emoji. Okay. There's one other thing I have to share from this. Actually, two other things. So, Chibi put out a big tweet in defense of this person called Mimi Yanagani, and I'll read the tweet from them. I have not yet verified if this is true information or if this is complete and total bullshit. But Mimi says this. Good afternoon, Bun Buns. Sincere apologies for the absence. Mimi has a long story to tell. Now, when I read this, I thought that this was a third person or something. But they may be speaking in third person. I'm not entirely sure what particular brand of mental illness this is. On Monday, April 20th, Mimi was arrested by the UK police for possession of her artwork, and her artwork alone. She's currently on bail pending the outcome of a criminal investigation into her accounts and activities. All of her devices were seized as a result of the arrest. As a result of her bail conditions, Mimi has to move to a new account and is required to use a header name on her new account that her bail officers have agreed to. The account in question is this new VTuber account. Per her bail conditions, her activities for the foreseeable future have to be both safe for work and fully transparent in order to prevent a breach of her bail conditions. Mimi apologizes sincerely from the bottom of her heart for letting all of you down and for disappointing you in such a way. So, Mimi is a literally Who streamer who has no audience whatsoever. And let me just pull this up, actually. I think the YouTube channel is still up. Actually, if I search Mimi Yanagabi, the first thing I find is the epic ChibiReview simp stream defending this poor lowlie. And also Smash JT Chibi Alliance here. Actually, he's made two videos about this because I guess the first one did such a good numbers that he had to make it again. I should have oh, there it is. Everything's deleted now. Ah, fuck. When I pulled this up and listened to it, it sounded like a British woman doing the worst ASMR you've ever fucking heard of. But these are the things that were posted in their fan art tag. If you're only listening, imagine Pippa Pipkin's character, but instead of like 12, it's like 5 or 6 years old. And that's basically it. I actually can't show you the official artwork of the account because it is like a child sitting on a bed with midriff showing a G-string that's above her pants line. And then there's like money on the bed implying that she's having sex for money. So it's not even like lolicon, it's borderline toddler con. And it is so fucking gross that it actually makes me side with the British police, which is the most absurd thing I think I've ever had to say. But Chibi came out in full-throated defense of this. Here's the update. Breaking news, artists are now getting arrested by the UK police. Mimi was arrested by UK police for possession of her artwork alone. According to bail conditions, she is now forced to make safe for work artwork or she will violate her bail. I'm not totally convinced that this is real, and we might file an FOI, which is their FOIA, to try and see if this is actually real, because if it's not, that's a big fucking grift. But Jibby's all on top of this. He thinks that toddlers and G-strings is fucking sexy, and if you have a problem with that, you're the pedophile, actually. They made a thread for this, and in the process of this thread being made, because I was in the DM chain while they were putting information together, they found a social media account of hers. I don't know if it's a man or a woman. I haven't looked into it. I was just casually looking at stuff while it came in. And one of the social media sites was like Pixiv or like related to Pixiv. And there was a specific like or favorite by this person. And I hate to be so graphic, but I kind of have to fucking share this. It was a lolicon drawing by a person who exclusively draws lolicon. And it was the worst lolicon I've ever seen because, you know, there's like gore and shit that people post. But it was so unambiguous as to what it was because it literally had like writing on the body that said like child porn. And the text that was written into it was, "Oh, you're such a bad," like the guy's face, it was like a faceless character, but it literally had pedophile written on it. And she was like, "You're such a bad pedophile because you're producing child pornography with me." Like that's literally what it said. And that was in the likes of this person. And I'm just like, I don't know how you have the fucking audacity to lie to me about what this is when this shit exists. And it has thousands of, it wasn't some like obscure artist. He had like thousands of likes on all this shit. And I was like, how do you have the fucking balls to lie to me about this? And it was actually shocking. Like, you know, I don't get shocked very much anymore, but I've never seen that. I've literally never seen someone deliberately fudging the line between lolicon and actual child pornography by just explicitly stating in no ambiguous terms that this is like a sit-in for child pornography. I've never seen that ever. And it was just so on the fucking nose that it would appeal to people who have 50 IQ and who are an actual fucking danger to kids. And that's Chibi's guy. That's who he's made 2 videos for him saying, yeah, this is your guy. I don't know what this is, but I was asked that I play it. But actually, no, I have one other thing before I play this. I added it last second. I might have to switch over to Knitter for this. Oh. So, in the group chat that I showed where people were flagging down Chibi's critics, one of the people in them is Mad Thad. If that name sounds familiar to you, you've probably been around for a very long time. Mad Thad was a black sysop for Encyclopedia Dramatica, and he was literally convicted of possessing child pornography. He went to fucking jail, went to fucking prison for years for possessing child pornography. And Mad Thad is up there in the Chibi DMs in the flag crew, shutting down those mean antis. You mean it's just incredible. What a small world. We got the ED Sysop himself that went to fucking jail for possessing child pornography. Just hanging out with the low-licons like our boy ChibiReviews. Just flagging with the best of them. And the folder name Do Not Open. Yeah, all right. That's good memory right there. All right, let's see what this ironic clip is.
Hey, I love you a lot. Let me turn you into a human chair. Let me just, cut you up and put you in your chair. I mean, you'd be fine with that, wouldn't you? I mean, come on. It's not bad. I mean, you just die and you turn into a chair. I mean, it's not degrading or anything. I mean, yeah, it's love.
I agree. I envision a world with more furniture. What a fucking faggot. All right. Okay. That is the stream. Sorry to end on such a sour note. Do I even have... I don't know if I have any Reddit segment. I really don't. I apologize. It is hot in my room. I am dying. I apologize. So I feel like I should move on to the super chats. I apologize for not streaming on Friday at my regular time. I really appreciate people coming out on an odd day like this to hang out, catch up. If you're one of the RSS people, I promise I'll get the RSS feed updated this weekend or this week. The weekend's already over. And if you super chatted for last stream, I still have your super chats, and I'm going to read them. So starting with last week, let me put the stream over into green mode. We will cover that. Kurt Eichenwald, anime masturbator for 10, says, Glorious Kiwi Emperor, poor Nick Fuentes has been denied access to his BOT, which is BBC on tap, at the BBC dispensary prison. Now what will he do? How will he fill his poor little boy holes? I have a feeling that Nick Fuentes gets all the action he could ever hope for. Thank you. Jack Black says Neighbor Friday for $2. Thank you. Citrus Addict for 1 says the USPG2 highlights have devolved into unironic pearl clutching over anti-Semitism with general consensus of up deuterinos. When the fuck is the intervention, Jersh? I don't know. Just post anti-Semitic things in the thread. And if it gets deleted, let me know. Make sure it's on topic, though, so it's defensible. Also, does anyone know the year and possible date of the ham bone? Oh! Before you guys leave, I have to shill. Hold up, don't leave. I have to shill first. I said I was doing a sticker run. And, fuck, where is it? Did I not post it? Fuck me. I said I was doing the sticker run. I will do the sticker run probably by next Friday. I'll get that set up so you can pre-order stuff. Let me just do a little teaser, okay? So, close your eyes if you don't want to be spoiled. I will be doing all the Kiwis. There are 24 different Kiwis that will be stickers. And to cap it off to a nice 25, so you get one, probably I'll do 4 of each per bag. To top it off, to make sure that you get a nice round 100 stickers, there will be a super secret 25th design, a 25th Kiwi that you've never seen before. And I don't want to spoil it, okay? I don't want to spoil what this 25th super secret Kiwi sticker will be. But I did blur it out, so maybe your imagination can run wild. And you can think of some possibilities for what this super secret 25th Kiwi will be, okay? Leave it up to you. All right, sorry. Ginjada 1900 for 5 says late and gay like every day. Here's my $5. I was super late for this one. Here's my $5 to add up to $20 a month. The Democrat said my community doesn't have access to checking accounts. Sorry. Your community doesn't have access to checking accounts? Oh, okay, I understand. Thank you. Speed clicks for 5 says Chomo reviews, aka Jacob Hambley, flagged down my Twitter, free speech for CSAM, but not for criticism. Yeah, dude, tell me about it. They got fucking groups. They got fucking gay ops rolling. Sorry to hear that. Simulligan 2 for 5 says my favorite ghost TCR moment that doesn't involve shocker videos. Okay, so if we did Ghost 24/7 and gave the latest hot Ghost TCR update, you'd be happy then, huh?
Fucking dare. Hey, look, let's take another. How about another anonymous radio graffiti? My grandson thought it was an ample opportunity to just go ahead and announce to everybody in the family that he is a homosexual. I mean, it was just screaming like, oh my God. I mean, it was just family drama. I always thought he was gay to begin with, and I had to be like the elder to try to kind of smooth things over. So I told this kid, join the Inner Circles grinder. You can grinder up your ass all day long with the Inner Circles. I mean, this is a decent twink. We've sucked Mexican dick in a park bathroom glory hole. So it was a great night last night. We've called my grandson Tamale Boy. Cool vibrations.
My son is actually putting his penis in some other boy's asshole.
It's the other way around.
Get it up! Get it up! Get it! Get it up! God damn it! Fucking son of a goddamn bitch!
I was muted and had my headphones thing clicked so I could hear myself talk, but you guys couldn't hear me. Anyways, this reminds me a lot of those Wings of Redemption music. And it's that shit was like 6 years ago, the last Wings of Redemption album was put out, and that kind of splicing is like going to be a lost art in the age of AI. But yeah, I was listening to the Wings of Redemption stuff recently. They hated us, which is unfortunate, but that's pretty good splicing. Smilgan 2 for 1 says also Citrus Addict is a TES thread poster who just wants to ban anyone who disagrees with him. Is that a? I don't know. I don't pay attention to this shit. You guys just need to get the fuck along, okay? The site's already small. We're probably never going to grow again. All right, get the fuck along. And Sensitive 0 for 5 says it was nice of Tom and BB to make a cameo in Ruben's new video. It's a shame they spent most of the time fent maxing in the background. Who is BB? I don't even know. But yeah, they are friends. They know each other in real life, I think. And Sensitive for 5 says Tom should tell some of Schlepp's targets that molesting 14-year-olds isn't okay. but molesting adult women dressed as 14-year-olds is. It's an important distinction, and objectively, there is one that's worse than the other. I'm not going to lie. Thank you. Citrus Act for one says, KF Bone Chair Contest for Spooktober. Props bones can be found cheap. And Smulligan 2 is a tranny scrote who can't spot real whammon MAGA heart. If you want to make a bone chair, go for it. I can't stop you. Dark Western for 5 says, look at all these cretins giving Josh money when he's not even, I think, here. But then I didn't actually come, so the joke's kind of ruined. TB Deluxe for 5 says, it's over, Josh. They're calling you green Reddit on Zitter. Why, Josh? Why did you throw it all away? To turn a dead man into a chair? You have a gay standing desk. You don't even need a chair. Listen, standing at the desk is good for my posture, okay? Maybe I'll make a bone standing desk. Don't take swipes at me like that. Thank you. Chibi's boyfriend for 2 says, late and gay. Thank you. Gypsy Harlow for 5 says, Josh waking up to catch the morning BET news at noon. Is that a common joke? The morning BET news is at noon. Thank you. Barilla Furman for 1 says, nothing. Thank you. Bean 4509 for 2 says, Josh, have you tried not being fat and brown? Yes. Thank you. Baldo Hero for 5 says, how's your weekend going, Josh? Great. Thank you. Dunkachino for subscribe. Thank you. Dios Mio La Creatura for 1 says, Sunday is the Lord's Day, you heathen. It's true, it is. Octavia Sales Rep for $20 says, thanks for the makeup stream. You're welcome. Thank you very much. Stina Standing for 1 says, boredom stream win. I don't know what that is. So I guess not soon. Logistical Nightmare for 5 says, please, ma'am, no more Bobs and Vagine. Never happened. Words that have never been said. Actual nonsense. Thank you. Jay Niggum for 5. Subscribe. Thank you. Dim Bones 2X Dim Dry Bones for 5. Gifted a subscription. Thank you. TP Deluxe for 5 says, look who's back 2 days late. Maybe if you spent less time conversating with AI and turning dead guys into chairs to be able to stream on time. I was there. I was present. I was ready. It was the gangster computer god who bit raped me. Literally, I got fucking bit raped. Nobody has any sympathy for me. Thank you. John Tawas for 2 says, it's a bunch of theater kids running vinyls. It's true. Ruining vinyls. It's true. It is. They epically owned Kanye, though. Not that these, tracks are digital or anything, and people can just listen to them. I did try to listen to his album, though. I felt it was uninspired. She sells by the She Shore for 5. Says, I'm on vacation. Where can I plant my feet in Belgrade and say Josh Moon once stood here? Oh God. The Castle Belgrade. You can go there, and I walked all over that place. It was very near where I lived. And then go get a Botaco pizza. Make sure you get the one that has the cherry tomatoes, but pick them off. Okay. It's got prunes and cherry tomatoes on it and honey, and it's very good. The KFC. There's a KFC right by the main train station. If you go to that one, I've also eaten KFC at that KFC. Logistical Nightmares for 5 says, curses, tricked by the man in the pickle suit yet again. So true, King. Thank you. A Goose 5567 for 5 says, side note, tech issues was on my bingo card. Well, you fucking win then, buddy. Sina Stanley for 1 says, why is he so upset? It's not like he's losing any games. Who are you referring to? I wish I knew the context of this message. Sneedo for 2 says, protect physical media folks whenever the artist is controversial. Also, they found out the record store owner was Jewish, aka Zionist, for the safe, edgy normies. Oh, I see. Very surprising. Citrus Addict 1 for 1 says, total Zeus death, I think referring to the black child smashing his PS5. Atomic Angel for 5 says, gift to subscription, thank you. Ska Pride Worldwide, very contentious opinion, says, notice how the little groidlet smashed his PS5 but didn't smash any games. Anyways, rare single mother win. It's true. There were no games in it, so I don't even... Oh, that's what the other comment was about. The PS5 had no games. Okay, I got you. I figured it out. So true, King. Thank you. Sneedo for 2 says, the walking black guy is still alive. Well, obviously, he was walking after he got hit by the car. He's going to continue walking after this. Good for him. Good for him. Porglack for 1 says, Josh, I'm trying to fund a move to Ireland. Could you start bullying me, or do I have to be weird with minors first? Unfortunately, the minors part is a requirement. You have to have a bunch of people who back that up. Sneed83 subscribed for 8 months. Thank you very much, Sneed83. I appreciate it. Sneedo for one says, those civil rights lawyer videos showed me how retarded the average cop is. They'll wrongfully arrest you if you're suspicious, and then when they know they fucked up, the tard cop still takes you in. Yeah, they have like an injured pride. You just have to basically go along with it and shut your fucking mouth. It sucks, but it is what it is. Fecal Fanatic gifted a subscription. Thank you. Humble Guardsman says, blessed Lord's Day to you, Josh, and all true Sneeders. Thank you very much. Citrus Addict for one says, Druids are Celtic, not Norse. The gender blob doesn't know the difference either. Suppa. Logistical Nightmare for 5 says, I keep getting tricked into checking the transmask druid thread because the fat woman is so forgettable. I'm sure half the thread is asking who she is. I mean, 1,900 pages is a lot of pages for somebody nobody remembers. Optimum Tact for 5 says, how does it feel to be the owner and operator of a facility that is the largest coal producer in the world? I have it on good authority from the Sneedy Snarks that it's actually a Jimmy. So I don't have to opine on this at all. Okay, you're fucking cringe maxing. Sneedberg Stein Goldman for 10 says, notice that the only white male got in trouble for the Niga joke, not the tranny. That's true. That's true. The tranny VTubers were not in trouble. Only the white guy. Thank you. The lowercase L Linternet for 5 says, a day late, a buck gay. Well, don't gay any bucks, bro. Come on now. Don't get buck broken. Thank you. Logistical Nightmare for 5 says, amazing Digital Circus Gumroad review win. Fucking never. Bro, you got to pony up some serious fucking cash for that shit. What was my rate for anime? Like $1,000 an hour? How many episodes? Like 12? Give me $12,000 right here, right now. I'll watch the Digital Amazing Circus and review it. Schneedberg Stein Goldman for 20 says, Michael Kovac, the nega guy, did voice work for Robotnik Klaus, which is full of Vito-style pedo jokes, and one of the animators allegedly is a pedo. I don't think that you can swing a bat in a Western animation cartooning industry and not hit a pedophile on accident. It's just a field like Dan Schneider going into children's entertainment where you're always going to have people who are fucking creepy weirdos. And it's just unfortunate. It's just how it is. Thank you. Only Western, true that. I think in Japan, you can swing at everybody. I shouldn't say that. People will get mad at me, but... Thank you. David S877 for 25 says, Sunday. You paid for the whole stream, but you'll only need the edge. Have you ever gone anything American since your return, like monster trucks? Shooting ranges. That's pretty fucking American. Thank you. Fecal Fanatic for 10 says, hey Josh, I won big on the Derby. Here's $10. Check out the Chud horse. I did have money on him. Okay, let's see the Chud horse.
He did flip over on the racetrack.
That's a big horse. That horse has really long legs. Is that normal?
Oh
my god. Ah!
The horse flipping over. So there are vets, there are many vets to check on the horses in a situation like this.
You had money on that horse? He just kicked his... Look at this shit! Look at these fucking tits on YouTube. 800,000 views. Being on YouTube while not logged in is like visiting a fucking porn site. It is crazy. It is crazy how much they expose kids to porn these days. That's fucking nuts. Okay, Bussy Buffet for $20 says Venus Leak, which is a reference to the pickle video. Thank you. Very much, I should say. Sneedo for one says, that Asian YouTuber is the same Asian guy that got canceled 3 years ago for the valid tranny L's and for buying Hogwarts Legacy and mogging the Troons. And you said he's Asian, he doesn't give a fuck. It's true. They don't give a fuck. They don't have to. Fuck you. It's based, to be honest. Stealthy Geek, subscribe. Thank you. Sneeden for 5 says, my internet and bitrate are under attack by the fascist right. It's so true. You get bit raped every day when you're a fucking prog. John Dodarius for 5 says, great stream to listen to while driving. I'm happy to provide. Thank you. Stealthy Geek for 5 says, you will not cover my ongoing lawsuit with the city of Milwaukee stalker. Doing so would be how you choose to end your life, enjoy prison. Well, I guess I should have slotted it up with the other law updates, but it was very, very minor. Basically, the police get to be deposed now, but it hasn't happened yet. When the depositions happen, we're fucking listening to it, but it hasn't happened yet. Deadline for 5. Think about it. for 5 says, we're excited, crackpipe.avi. Now, what that refers to, I don't know, but I'll leave it up to your imagination. Thank you. Fatty Caddy for 1 says, why are so many locals gay? Yeah, when God made us, it was so we could... Oh, that's in regards to the Christian mythology thing. It was so we could suck pickle, man. Women are icky. Nick R. and Nick F. and Chris Chan, etc. all have this homoerotic lust. Because I believe that sexual deviation and lines up with other kinds of deviations. You rarely have one person who's just completely fucked in the head, but also isn't like a sex pest as well. It just tends to be all combined. Ace of Sneeds for 5 says, locals are gay because degenerate people are more likely to be locals. I mean, that's true. Thank you. Dark Western for 5 says, I watched one of those entire story of blank in X minutes on Lane, and it was just kind of like the Matrix now. So when I opened the Fediverse, and this was the last anime I ever watched, this was like 2018. When we first opened the Fediverse software we used was called Pleroma, and it was very heavily themed after Lane, which is an anime. And I was very curious what it was because it was just so like weird and avant-garde. I'm like, okay, I'll watch it. And I sat through the entire thing in one sitting in one day, and I hated it. Half of the thing is just still shots of electrical wires going. But basically, a little girl, because it's a Japanese show, a little girl wants to check her email, and ends up having to buy about $10 million worth of hardware to check her email. And then becomes God through becoming famous on the internet. And that's basically the plot line of it. That's my gist. It's very esoteric and it doesn't really have a strict meaning, but I think the general assumption is about a little girl becoming God by checking her email with supercomputers. Ghost of the Shell is better. I've never watched that except for like odd episodes I can't even remember on Adult Swim at night. But I will say I know the intro song for Ghost in the Shell, and it's in Latin, and it's a fantastic song. And I refuse to let people shame me on music, so I have no issue saying that the Ghost in the Shell intro music, Inner Universe, that's it. That's a fantastic song. Hawaiian Zine for 20 says, appreciate the Sunday stream, Josh. How was your weekend? Fantastic. Thank you. Spinglecat for 5 says, Twitter link. And I am banned on Twitter, so let me painstakingly open this for you. I have to manually type in HTTPS for some fucking reason. Update part 2. The 4-month-old kitten Garfield has a slight limp after being slammed by the boy. Oh, the kitten survived. Okay, great. I'm very happy to hear that. Borello Furman for 5 says nothing. Thank you. Satan AIDS for 1 sent a full send. Thank you. Lalo _ for 5 says, but Josh, what were the oranges for? Listen, it's like those iceberg memes where there's like Jeremy Hambly, flag it, shitty content creator, Griff's MAGA, and then as it goes down at the very, very bottom of the iceberg, where like the angler fish are swimming around in total darkness, it says oranges. And if you know, you know. If you don't know, you're never gonna know. Thank you. Logistical Nightmare for 5 says, Hambly could be hunting real engagement by opening the new Magic the Gathering set SOS. Instead, he's out here flagging, sad, pathetic. Well, you know what? If he made reasonable decisions, he wouldn't be Jeremy Hambly. Thank you. Logistical Nightmare for $20 says, I can't believe Ewu got the Hot Wheels interrogation tape. And then there is a YouTube video. Let's check it out. Oh my God. Wizard with guns. This wizard thinks he isn't going to get the death penalty. Can I play this? That's risky. This might be like age gated or something. It will not play for me. Sorry. I guess he's a wizard because it's Frederick was a wizard, but if you remember correctly, he betrayed his position as the Archmage.
Battle of Timid Kings.
Oh God.
And has an impressive record of over 14 convictions and 25 beheadings. On a quiet Saturday, June 14th at 4:23 a.m., the eldritch entity known as Pantalagon emerged from his spectral sarcophagus and rained chaos upon the entire northern continent. including the territories of Schemed. Eyewitnesses claim that the stars were blotted out in an unholy darkness as blood rained from the skies and fire erupted from the deep.
Okay, I get it. You can't parody true crime, though, because it's an actual art form. People with deep voices talking over body cam footage is a true art form, though. Thank you. Sneeden for 5 says, you fucking MAGAs. And then there's a Defiant L's thing. Okay, let's check this out. Secure connection failed. Oh, I know why.
MAGA! MAGA! I'm talking to you!
Hello, it's MAGA.
I don't know how much longer I can take this. You
What's
MAGAs.
wrong?
I know you don't live in Washington, D.C., and you don't care what's going on there. You don't care about the overthrow of everything he is doing. But it's here. And you gotta...
She bares her fangs like a vicious dog, but she has really clean teeth. I gotta give it to her.
live up to it. And you gotta fess up to it, MAGA. MAGA! MAGA!
Okay. It honestly feels like a parody. That's just fucking nonsense. Nihong for 5 says, finding government bullshit regulations is one of the places that AI excels at. We do work in QA compliance for every other month and it works. 0 excuses. Yeah, it's true. It is really good at navigating the government. That's kind of like its primary use, I think, is like, I think they get so much money from investors simply because they simplify compliance. Thank you. Standing for Win says, Ralph got set off by a single corn joke, Jack Murphy got set off by a single super chat, and Chibi got set off by a single joke about a bone chair. It's always the little things that cause this. It's kind of like, I've referenced this many times, but with like Chris Chan, the trolls would scheme up these elaborate plots where like they would get the Chris Chan Sonichu medallion and then they would cut it up and put it in pickle juice and then they would burn it. And then surely, after losing his Chris Chan medallion, he would be utterly buck-broken and depressed. And then they did this. And they schemed the medallion off of him. They did all that shit to it. And then Chris was like, ha, you stupid trolls. It was actually my high school magic ring the entire time that gave me my superpowers. You did nothing. That was only a replica medallion. So he made like a new medallion, and then he even presses his magic ring into the back of it so you can authenticate it's his real ring. Like, so that you have to like combine them to make. Anyways, he made up a different game when he got bested and just said the rules don't apply. But then years later, Sonic the Hedgehog gets a new movie and his arms are the wrong color, and Chris Chan tantrums so fucking hard he assaults somebody and gets like arrested for it. So it is, when you like try to deliberately provoke somebody, you're always going to like fail because people will just develop this mental elasticity to deal with it. And then they just get one shot by some other random bullshit you don't expect. That's why I don't ever encourage like trying to troll people, because there's no point. They're going to like steady the ship. They're going to realize they're under attack. They're going to mentally fortify themselves, and they're not going to give you what you want. But if you just make fun of them and like the shit they're up to, eventually they're going to take issue with some asinine bullshit and lose their shit. Elk's Antler for 5 says, Mr. Moon, where do true and honest Kiwi gold fags fall in the Kiwi mafia hierarchy? At the very tippy top, next to the white man, obviously. Thank you. Ace of Sneeds for 10 says, keep covering the sector drama, let your nuts hang. Is that a reference to 6ix9ine? It is. That has to be. What was it? Was it 6? Yeah, 6ix9ine. What was the name of that song? It's this song. Hold up. I can't believe I know this.
That's my word. Get up in their face. Talk your shit. Let your nuts drag, nigga. These niggas just running at they fucking mouth, man. Follow protocol, blood. Get in they fucking chest, nigga.
Surprisingly, it's not melanated. It's a weird clown. He got into trouble for snitching. He was a snitch ass nigga, and he lost all of his momentum as a result of this. Thank you. Urkel Sleeping Bag for subscribed or gifted subscription. Thank you. Jimmy for 4 says, allegedly one of your Zitter A-logs is Sean Walker, the Dong Gone Simp. It's true. That is Psychic Espion. If you want to look into Psychic Espion, aka Sean Walker, you can open up his thread. He's I've not looked into him yet, but he's a faggot. That's all I need to know. He's a gigantic faggot. Oh my god, is he actually something for Liz Fong Jones? And it's time, trans folks. It's time to talk about how the consent accident wasn't actually that bad. Now listen here. Everything that Joss Moon, the evil, and Allah forgive me for saying his name aloud, but everything Joss Moon has ever said is an extremely dangerous indication of predatory sexual instinct, okay? And he's a very bad person. But Liz Fong Jones' consent accident was a true accident, and we just have to accept that sometimes consent accidents do happen and risk-aware consensual kink, okay, fellow A-logs? And then Cog and Ralph are just like, yeah, speak your truth. The uncredited for 1 says Josh. Thank you. Schneidberg Stein Goldman for 5 says Chibi CP is under attack. I will put this out there, okay? I do not like referring to lolicon as child pornography or CSAM. It must always be qualified that it is drawn or cartoon because it should not be conflated. I shouldn't save this for the super check segment, but my thing is that the real victim of lolicon is the consumer of it. You are training yourself to find attractive certain qualities in a person that you should not find attractive. Your exposure to this material is harming you in your brain. And over time, like a vinyl record, you are etching a pattern into yourself that is going to become very bad. And you should not do it. And that's the real issue. But child pornography has a victim. Child pornography always has a victim. So I feel like it's important to distinguish these things. Now, unless you mean that he has actual child pornography. Now, if Jacob Severs has actual child pornography, you should contact the police immediately. Thank you. Simulligan 2 for 1 says, Josh, I'm sorry about complaining with the sector general. I'll just tune out when you talk about gun ports. Thank you. I appreciate it. Sorry for yelling. Okay. I'm a very yelly boy. Hawaiian Zine for 5 says, Chibi has some sort of G tier flagging GC with 200 sus people to mass report exposing Chibi. I think I did cover this on stream, but yes, he does. He has a whole little cadre of people helping him round out. As the true free speech warrior, he is out there flagging all day, every day. Bot or not, for 1 says, I remember your rant about Ellen on stream years ago. Ellen Page? Actually, hold up. I have an emergency report. I think that Forsaken Wanderer is having a mental breakdown. Sneedberg Stein Goldman for 10 sent a pack it up. Thank you very much. Sneedo for 2 says, please, eerie. Pretty eerie. Not please. Oh, yeah. This picture of Keffels next to Chibi. Dude, it is like a fucking narc Catboy Ranch phenotype. It really is. Hamburger for 2 says, this is not the fast action gameplay of Deadlock I've come to expect from you. Weird stream. Sorry to disappoint. I know. I'm a Deadlock streamer now. Fatty Caddy for 1 says, the way I learned about Chibi was his fiance was being used like a 10-cent hoe by his best friend, and his whole friend group decided not only was Chibi in the wrong, but the best friend was a good guy. It's true. I mean, that's why he's so fucking mentally broken. His wife was cheating on him and with his best friend, and everyone's just like, yeah, you deserve that. You're a piece of shit. That would be rough, man. That would be rough. And if I was predisposed to dark thoughts, I would probably find myself in a really dark hole after that. You know what I mean? Like the dark hole that Chibi's best friend found himself in while fucking his wife. Sneedberg Stein Goldman for 5 says, Chibi sounds like a Chester, if you know what I mean. I mean, it's true. It does sound very close to Chester, phonetically. Thank you. Romberg Producer says, Chibi glazes the audience. Josh calls us goy neighbor cattle and yells at us, the duality of streamers. Look, I tried my best to be nice, okay, but I'm bad at it. Orange Ponderer. What are the... I was going to say, what are the oranges for? But then I wonder, that is exactly the question being pondered. I don't mean to trip you up and give you more burden to consider, okay? But he gifted a subscription. Thank you. Bussy Buffet gifted 5 subscriptions. Thank you very much. Kiwi Friend for 5 says, I had a dream where I called you up and said your site was a game. You told me to Ann Hero. I mean, that happens a lot. People message me like, can I put Kiwi Farms in a game? I just ignore them. Like, yeah, you can do whatever the fuck you want. Thank you. Orange Ponder Producer says, Chibi has a Chudjack physiognomy that's kind of uncanny to me. Not really. I don't think I disagree. He does not look like a Chudjack. Jimmy Chud for 388 says, I can only imagine the coat post that within Kiev blog, Sean Walker, the Dongong True and Chasing Simp is going to make. Suffer Sean, he just likes attention, man. He's going to be like jerking off to the shit. Like, oh yeah, say my name, Josh Moon. Say my name. Built-in Skilton for 2 says, you should stop trying to play nice with the Shardy. Quote said he wants splitter boards to be spammed with CSAM, and his dick suckers are almost always behind many of them being spammed with it. Bro, if you're going to try to throw esoteric, forbidden knowledge about people on the Shardy, I have no fucking idea about any of that. I don't use the site. I have no idea what goes on with it. I have no idea if they conspire to do shit on the site or where. I have no fucking clue. That's why it's so preposterous that I would be blamed for anything that is happening on their site. Ratnoid for 5 says, hey Moonoid, did you try any dairy products when you were in Ukraine? Stuff like condensed milk, kefir, etc. My name is Josh, and here's my response. Yes, I did drink kefir. I would mix a little bit of sugar in with it, and it would bubble very aesthetically, and then I would drink it, and it would be just a little bit sweet. And it was kind of just like sweet Go-Gurt, I guess, like mildly sweet Go-Gurt. Thank you. Dick Jones for 20 says, play this banger, Josh, and then there is a YouTube link. Crack Amigo with cannons. Oh, God.
You my little brown baby boy. I'm tucking you in your...
It's so mean to like do this to her using AI, because she's not actually doing this shit.
Dammies. Fuck your fish head wife. I bet you don't got these cannons. I bet you don't got these cannons. I bet you don't got these cannons. Fuck your Asian fish head wife. I bet you don't got these cannons. Smell
The real detriment against this is that no racist would ever call an Indian woman Asian. Never. They're poo in the loo, stinky fucking jeets. They're a subcategory, a devolution of Asian, and they are separated by God's mercy in the Himalayas from true Asians. Okay. Thank you very much. Annan for 4 says, the Le Base Grifter Lolicon VTuber Leaflet allegedly got doxxed by the Shardy and is a 40-year-old fat bitch now. Suffa fatty boom baladi. The Leaflet dox is also on the forum. I have seen her. But yeah, it's very embarrassing for a 40-year-old woman to be screaming about little kids like that. Unkind Naysayer produces, can you start the stream over? I missed the beginning. Sure, just give me a second. Sneedo for 1 says, you better buy some more food on Goldbelly Bish like those frozen burritos Bish. I didn't buy any food from Goldbelly. ZBD for 5 says, what I hate about Chibi's situation is that they tried to twist the Zoo Sadist leaks just because the evidence of the horrific acts was archived to help expose them and get some arrested. Yeah, I mean, we archived a bunch of shit and it led to like 5 people being in prison. And what's funny is that they even try to deny that it happened. But it's like, here's the thread on Wolf. Here's the arrest article. Here's the thread on Snake Thing. Here's the arrest article. You know, then there's so many of those monkey people who have gotten in jail, even in like Indonesia and shit. And it's just like, you're going to try and take something that I'm the most proud of on the site and turn it against me? Go fuck yourself. Citrus for 1 says, the real victims of Lolicon are the Lolicon's inevitable future victims. That's true, but it's sort of like, I mean, yeah, obviously that's true, but it's like, you have a pyramid here. Not all Lolicons are going to become child pornography consumers. And even those are not all going to become pedophiles. But all of them have victimized, or like child molesting pedophiles, but all of them have made themselves more inclined towards like a sickness that they don't need to inflict upon themselves, that they can simply abstain from and not do. So they're all victimizing themselves. They're victimizing the version of themselves that was like not inclined to wanting to molest kids. Grunted Warrior for 5 says, thanks for the makeup stream, neighbor. You're welcome. Thank you. No way am I taking credit for the Monkey Crush people getting arrested just because you covered it. If you look at the Monkey Crush stuff on the Kiwi Farms, there's a very dedicated group of people who actively investigate that all day, every day. And they are directly responsible for getting some of those people arrested. So, yeah, I totally am going to toot the horn of the forum on that. Spingle Cat, for one, says, Chibi says he has a gun to defend himself against the stalkers, but I feel like he hasn't even shot it or have any range training with it. It's probably new in the box and used. I mean, I don't know. I don't really have strong opinions about that. You do need some practice, but you don't need much to shoot somebody. And Undominable for 5 says, bruh, DOJ suing Cognizant Indian H-1B shop. And they're suing for $5 billion technology company for excluding Americans from applying. I should say that for next stream. And I should, let me put this in a new thing, by the way, so I don't forget. And then, let me save this. And I'll also cover the SPLC thing. I didn't have time to put that in my notes, but I will cover both of these on the next stream. And with that said, that is all. Thank you very much for watching. As always, I have a very special song picked out for this stream. And I will see you on Friday. Thank you for watching on such a weird schedule. Take it easy. And bye-bye.
Konnichiwa senpai, please notice me. I watch Asian cartoons, I'm a weeaboo. I live in my mom's house, I'm like 32. I collect swords and throwing stars, yes I'm a weeaboo. Sticks and stones may break my bones, but I will always be one step ahead of you. 'Cause I read the manga.
You're such a fucking pleb. Are you even Japanese, bro?
I haven't showered in like 16 weeks. All my friends and peers are ashamed of me. 'Cause all of a sudden, I think I'm Japanese. Yes, I'm a weeaboo. Yes, I'm a weeaboo. Yes, I'm a weeaboo. Yes, I'm a weeaboo. A filthy weeaboo.
Naruto's so overrated.
A dirty weeaboo.
You wanna see my katana collection?
A fucking weeaboo.
I'm learning Japanese on Rosetta Stone.
A disgusting weeaboo.
So I'm like basically Japanese now.
I live at my computer desk and argue with teenagers on the internet about atheism and how Japan is superior to other countries. I learned a bit of Japanese, so now I'm qualified to be a part of their community. So I made my avatar a kawaii waifu. Yes, I'm a weeaboo.
Oh, duh, everybody wears kimonos.
Yes, I'm a weeaboo.
Ninjas are still real, okay?
Yes, I'm a weeaboo.
Nah, konnichiwa.
Yes, I'm a weeaboo.
Yeah, domo arigato.
A filthy weeaboo. What's going on?
Stop.
A disgusting weeaboo.
お前ぶん殴るぞカス